I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
We are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. A ugly win for the Eagles in Green Bay, but a win is a win, right? We'll dive into that. Some news on Joel Embiid for tonight's game. Not good. We'll dive into it. The Embiid haters are ready to go today. With good reason, I guess. It's a new injury for Embiid. It will keep him out of tonight's game. We'll talk about that coming up a little later on in the show. Scott Grayson's grades. KC Joyner, one thought every game. Adam Caplan, football at 4. You out there. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Hennings producing today's show. Let's get right into the first reaction. Eagles' first reaction brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. Well, was there a winning play in the game last night? There was almost a losing play, but was there a winning play in the game last night? I guess there was two, on offense anyway. You had the 41-yard pass to Saquon, which set up the touchdown pass to Devontae Smith. Let's hear it.
Loading the football. It is for Devontae Smith. Touchdown!
Smitty got it.
He took it away from the defender. He took it out of the hands of Evan Williams. Devontae Smith from Jalen Hurts.
I love that play call. You get in the situation where you get a big play. Well, why not go for the jugular right here?
Why not go for the jugular? They did it once, but did they need to do it twice? That game was almost a disaster last night. I couldn't believe what I was watching. You know, there's so many things that could happen in that moment. But the Eagles do win 10-7, and I do want to highlight the positive first. The defense played their ass off last night. The defense was awesome. Jalen Phillips was a beast out there last night. Jalen Phillips was everything that you had hoped he would be, right? It would be the guy that you would say, or if you would say, hey, let me get something and package it, it would be, hey, can I cause a turnover? Check. Can I do disrupt pass rush? Check. Can I fumble recovery? Check. I mean, he got everything out there. He should have had a sack at one point. Hunt ended up getting the sack, but it was his pressure that got Love to back out of the pocket, and he got sacked. So Jalen Phillips was awesome last night. Defense as a whole, awesome last night. Jalen Carter, he was the guy that I gave my game ball to before the show. I don't know if that's who you're giving your game ball to. Defensively, we could talk about which defensive player. Probably Jalen Phillips. If you're giving out a game ball last night, you might, in fact, give it to Jalen Phillips. He was that disruptive last night. I thought Jalen Carter played a pretty good game. If you looked at the stats, you wouldn't say that he played a great game last night if you're just saying, hey, let me see what Jalen Carter did. But he did have an impact on the game last night. I thought he did a really good job in the middle of that line. Maro Jomo played really well last night. He's another guy that you have to single out. Nakobe Dean played great. Nakobe Dean, sack, tackle for loss, 7 tackles. I thought he made some wide, open field tackles in the game. He was big last night. Jalix Hunt had a good game last night. But we're not talking about very many things on the offensive side of the ball. By the way, Nolan Smith, welcome back. He had a sack last night. Quinyon Mitchell played very well last night. He was another one that seemingly was all over the place. You want to throw in Zach Baun. Zach Baun has had a weird year. Like, he felt like he was all over the place last year. I don't feel like we're, singling him out this year nearly as much. I don't know what that means. Is he not having a good year? No, he's having a good year, but he's not having the year he had last year. Adoree Jackson had a play late in the game that was pretty big. I just named 8 defensive players that really stepped up last night. But on the offensive side of the ball, it was a mess. Saquon, 22 carries, 60 yards. I mean, that's okay. Bigsby had 3 for 7, so he wasn't even involved. Shipley had a decent game, 4 for 17. The big play of the game is the Barkley catch, 3 for 41. It all comes on the one play. Devontae had the touchdown catch, 36 yards, and a touchdown. A.J. Brown, 2 for 13. I mean, that's not getting it done. If you're at the end of the night, now listen, they won the game. I'm not going to belabor winning a game. That's great. You had to win a game on the road. You're the number 1 seed. You have wins at Arrowhead, at Tampa, at Green Bay. You have wins over the Rams, Green Bay, Tampa Bay. I can't complain with any of those things. But at the end of the night, if you're flying home on that plane and the coach is sitting across from you and he says, Kevin, what is going on? Your answer is probably not a good one. You saw how angry Nick Sirianni was on that last play. Now, it's Sirianni's decision to go for it there. So Sirianni ends up going for the 4th down with 4th down and 6. They are in a weird spot. The field goal, I believe, was going to be like 54 yards. The ball is like on the 35-yard line, 35-17, so about 54 yards. So do you want to kick a field goal 54 yards? Now, in today's world, 54 yards seems like a chip shot. But he was talking about the wind in their face. Here's what Sirianni said after the game, why he went for it on 4th down.
I would have liked to be in a little closer to kick a field goal. But the closer we would have got, the more, again, you play every situation a little bit differently, but I think it was into the wind on that one. I knew the kick would have to be a little bit lower trajectory of a kick on that particular one. I got a lot of faith in our offense. It didn't work out on this one. We just didn't get it. But the decision, I stand put on that decision.
So he's staying put on the decision. Fine. You want to say you're going to go for it. I trust my guys and all that stuff. Here's the problem. Do you trust your coordinator in that spot? He didn't seem to, because there was video after the game that you saw Sirianni on his headset saying, why? Almost like, why would you do that? You're going for the nail in the coffin. I get it. But is that a smart decision? Now, they won the game, but big picture. Look, I'm no Sirianni hater at any stretch of the imagination. But last night was a game that he critically could have lost for that team based on the decision that he made and the fact that if that play call gets put into the game and he doesn't know it and he can't overrule, you're telling me he didn't know that play was getting called? I got a problem with that, but he's saying, why? I didn't hear the postgame last night, so I'm not sure how that question was asked. Like, did the reporters know that he was on the sideline saying why, or did they say, hey, why did you end up going for it there? Because Sirianni's the one that just decides to go for it there. He's the head coach. He says it's 4th and 6. We're going for it. Now, they're in a weird spot. The field goal, I understand it's a long field goal. If you miss the field goal, remember, the ball goes to the spot of the field goal, not the spot of the ball. So the ball was at the 35, but the field goal is 7 yards deeper. So now you're getting close to midfield here. So you give them the ball there. Now they only need a short pass to get into field goal range. So he doesn't want to try the field goal. But if you just punt the ball away, even if you punt it out of the end zone, you're getting 15 yards. So the move there is most likely just punt the ball away and make them have to go 15 extra yards. Instead, you go for it. You run a half-ass play. By the way, your last possession of that game, on 2nd down, you're throwing the ball. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's 2nd down, and you have the lead. All you got to do is run the ball, make them use timeouts, make the clock drain. You end up throwing the ball. It was baffling. Baffling decision by them. And then Green Bay, luckily, they're so bad. I mean, their receivers were terrible last night. I texted my buddy at one point, my gosh, Green Bay's receivers are hideous. They can't catch. They gifted you a game last night. But I've been saying all along, I don't believe in Green Bay. You saw why. Their defense is pretty solid, but is it because their defense is so good, or does your offense stink? And last night, I think your offense stunk. Was their defense good? Sure. They got a pretty decent defense. I don't think it's, they're not the purple people leaders out there. It's not the doomsday defense coming at you here. The defense is good. It's not great. And the Eagles couldn't do a damn thing against them. Their offense is just so limited. I've been talking about their offense all year. Not one guy on that offense should worry you. Not one guy. You lose Kraft, I get it. You're telling me that Tucker Kraft, good player, he's the difference between winning a Super Bowl and not? They're not that good. That's an infuriating game last night because you played about as it's crazy that you end up winning that game because you played about as poor of a game. Now, they did have a couple stretches early in the game. They had a good drive early in the game, and Hurts fumbled. That was a good drive. That first quarter drive, that's a 16-play, 9-minute drive, and Hurts fumbled the football. But that was a really good drive. Well, then after that, welcome back, Kevin Batula. 3-play punt, 3-play punt, 5-play punt, turnover on downs. At the end of the half, you basically conceded. Then you came out in the third, you have a 10-play drive, you score some points, finally. Then 3 plays punt. Somehow you scored a touchdown by accident almost. And the play you score a touchdown on, the play to set that up, the 41-yard play to Barkley, almost looks like it was like the third option on that play. That wasn't the play. It wasn't like you set up a screen pass and it ended up working. He just said, I got nobody open. I'm just going to flip it off to Barkley. Hey, what a concept. Get the ball to Barkley in open space and let him run. I was waiting all night. I'll give the Eagles this. They were being patient. They were trying to run the ball under center. Okay, that's great. You're running the ball, you're under center. Where's the play action downfield? Where's the shot down the field? That's what play action is for. You set up the play down the field. At one point, you turn around, you hand it off. You turn around, you hand it off. You're under center, you hand it off. One of them, you fake the handoff, and then you're one-on-one with either A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. Oh, what lousy options. How about that play? And then you tried it one time, and it worked. Touchdown, Devontae Smith. Yeah, that game had a little bit of everything last night, and for a game that had very little action offensively, it actually had a lot of storylines. Let's get the poll question going. You guys can vote at Mike Gill Show. At Mike Gill Show. Vote. Biggest story of the Eagles' win over the Packers. Here's your options. And if I didn't put an option in there, you can add one. One, biggest story of the Eagles' win over the Packers. Was it the Eagles' defense? Was it that they won the game? Was it the lack of offense? Or do you still look back at that night and say, why go on 4th down? Those are your 4 options. Vote at Mike Gill Show. Is there an option that I left out that sticks out in anybody's mind out there? Text board is open. 609-403-0973.
Listen, I'm not going to begrudge anybody for choosing any of the 4 because I think you could make an argument for any of the 4. My decision, though, to go with was after sleeping on it, after kind of like digesting everything the next day, I'm going defense because the offense has been a conundrum the entire year. And they've won a lot of games, as you mentioned, on the road, at Kansas City, at Tampa, now at Green Bay. But you could argue the way the defense played last night, they made the Packers look worse because of how they just completely dominated the line of scrimmage. Jalen Phillips, Jalen Carter, Moro Ojomo, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith had a couple plays. Everyone who lined up had moments where they basically looked at the Packers O-lineman and said, buddy, it's a long night for you.
Well, and I talked about that yesterday. That was why Philadelphia, I had 31-17. I mean, it was way off on that. But part of it was I thought the Eagles, and I gave 17 to the Packers because I just thought that the Eagles would dominate them up front. I felt that Carter and Jalix and Nolan and obviously Phillips coming in, I thought they would have all sorts of problems blocking up front, which would prevent them from really having consistent offense a performance in the game, which kind of happened. The Eagles' offense up front just wore them and beat them up. Their offensive line was just not up for the task. But that being said, your offense was atrocious last night. I mean, Hurts was not good in the first half. His throws were just weird. They were like they had like nothing on them. They were weird. They were just like, they weren't even close, some of the throws he made.
But this goes back to the issue we've had for this team for years now, which is they go into some of these games and they just come out looking sluggish or sloppy, or they're not on the same page. Like there was that one pass play to A.J. Brown, and like Brown looked back like, wait, did I go the wrong way? Yeah, you went the wrong way. And Hurts just walks off the field not wanting to acknowledge what even happened. And it's like this bizarro nature of the way this offense operates at times. It just really does make you wonder, how do you practice all week and you come out with that?
That's a great question. Like, you go through practice. You had 2 weeks off to put a game plan together.
Yep.
You've played this team twice, by the way, in the last calendar year.
15 months.
So you've played them twice. This is the third time in the last 15 months you've played this team. And that's what you came up with. You've had 3 games against them to kind of say, okay, we have a lot of film on what they like to do and what they don't. And by the way, give the Eagles a lot of credit defensively anyway. They were overly prepared. You hear the video of Moro Ojomo calling out the plays. You heard what Josh Jacobs said after the game. He said they were calling out all of our plays. They knew everything we were running. Yep. So the Eagles were highly prepared for this game defensively. Why not offensively? I don't get it. The offense is so frustrating, and it is infuriating to know that you have all this money tied up into these guys and can't figure out how to use them. The Barkley thing, I talked about this at the beginning of the season not the beginning of the season, in the offseason, when they gave Barkley the extension. Those things don't go well. How many times a guy get an extension and you're like, they got the extension when they didn't really, and that worked out. Barkley is just not fitting in right now to this offense. They can't get him going. They cannot. They had the one run, but in fact, he had a run. I think it was like a 15-yard run. What was his long run of the day? He had a run, and it looked like he waved himself to come out of the game. It was a 15-yard run. That was the one. And it looked like he almost waved himself to come out. I was worried because he had to stop on the dime, bounce it to the outside, and I was like, oh, man, is that groin going to be a problem here? But for whatever reason, they can't get Barkley to hit that big one. They just cannot get that going. And last night, it was so frustrating because it was an opportunity. Look what Carolina did against them the week before. To just say, you know what, this team, we're going to make you stop us on the ground, and you couldn't do it.
And Carolina does not have as good of an offensive line as you do. Carolina does not have as good of a running back as you do. Carolina doesn't have as good of anything as you do.
No, of course not. They don't have Saquon Barkley. Their offensive line is not what you have. Now, I know that Blaine Johnson went out. That job probably changed the complexion of some things.
But it wasn't like they completely stopped being able to run the ball just because Lane. They couldn't run the ball when Lane was out there at times.
Evil Empire's watching on YouTube. The Eagles' defense looked pretty darn good. The offense, not so much. Yes, I agree with that. The defense looked darn good. Let's read off some of the text messages. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Actually, you know what? We'll do the poll question, and we'll do the text messages on the other side. I want to give some people a little bit more time to text in. We got a lot of texts coming in. I got so many texts I can't even catch up right now. So let me get the text in order. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. You can text in, and when we get back, we will read and react to the text messages. Grayson's grades at 3. I don't know if Sirianni's talking today or not. They generally change up sometimes. I got to see. Normally, Sirianni talks the day after, like right around 3:30. So if that happens, we'll have it for you. If not, we'll obviously continue to react. What else? Football at 4. Caplan today. That's actually going to be at 4:10. Caplan's going to be on at 4:10 today. Then the Nuggets. KC Joyner, one thought every game. Who's in, who's out is going to be very interesting this week. I don't know who's in, and I don't know who's going to be out because everything's just a cluster.
Well, you have time to figure it out.
Let's set up the poll question one more time. 609-403-0973. That's over on the text board. Poll question. Biggest story of the Eagles' win last night. Defense, they won. Lack of offense, why go on fourth down? Is there something else that should be in there? Let me break down the percentages right now, Josh. See what you think. The leader is 51%.
I'm assuming that's defense.
Okay. 22% is the next one.
I am going to guess that would be we won the game.
18% is third.
Yeah, why we go for it on fourth down?
And then 8% is last.
Right.
That's the breakdowns. Right now, we'll update that poll. You can vote at Mike Gill Show. Easy to do on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show. Vote, and we'll read off the results all throughout the show today. What else we got today? You want me to quickly go over this Embiid news real fast, why it's on the top of my mind. So Embiid is out tonight. He has right knee soreness. He is being evaluated by the doctors. This is the opposite knee from the one that has been the problem. It is important to note that this is not the knee that he's had all the problems with.
Correct.
This is the other knee. He is out with right knee soreness. Now, the other night when he was out, it said right knee management. This is right knee soreness. The other one was left knee management, because the left knee is the one
that he had the surgery on,
that he got scoped this summer. He will not play against Boston tonight. Now, Boston and Philly tonight, they are off 2 days. They play the Pistons on Friday. They are off 2 days. They play the Clippers on Monday. So it is a lighter schedule this week, and next week they do have a back-to-back with the Raptors and the Bucks.
Of course.
So you have a back-to-back kind of looming here, but it is frustrating to hear that the update on the Sixers from Embiid, he is being evaluated by team doctors. Further updates will be provided as appropriate. Also out tonight are Paul George, Dominic Barlow, and Janai Broom. All right, there you go. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So Embiid is out tonight with right knee soreness. I don't like that at all.
It just makes today even more weird.
Yeah.
Today's just going to be a weird day. Let's just accept it.
Yep. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Boone Nation, what's up, brother? Appreciate you watching the show. Allah! If you want to chime in, you can watch on the YouTube channel, at Mike Gill Show, on the X platform, at Mike Gill Show. We want you to be a part of the show in every way possible. You can get us on the radio, on the app, through the video, and, of course, here on the Sports Bash Live. All right, we want to thank our friends at First Bank of Sea Isle. That's our Eagles' first reaction today. This season scored big with First Bank of Sea Isle. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. All right, coming up, we got your text messages on the way. Stick around. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN.
reading texts or poll coming out of break first?
I mean, I'm just glad I can come in and help the team. Like, my biggest thing coming in, like no ego, and just wanted to earn the respect of my teammates and my coaches and the fans and everybody. And all I can really do on my end is obviously do my job and know my plays and everything like that, but just play with fanatical effort, and that's what I do, play in and play out. So obviously it's great to be able to get some production and make big plays for the team. Like what better stage to do it on? So definitely super grateful.
That was Jalen Phillips, the newest Eagle, all over the place last night. No ego, just making plays. Got the poll question for you at Mike Gill Show. You can vote at Mike Gill Show. Vote over there. All right, here we go. Interesting results here so far. Story of the win last night over the Packers. Defense, they won. Lack of offense. Why go for it on fourth down? I know, like, the way people think sometimes. Eagles fans can be like, they won the game, but I don't care. They made a bad decision, and that's what they're going to harp on. I am happy to report only 8% of the people said, why go for it on fourth down?
Good. Thank the Lord.
Why go for it on fourth down? It was, look, it's a play that should be discussed. It's not like brush it off. I do understand that. That cannot happen.
It cannot happen, but if that's the number one thing you took away from the game, then that's kind of sad.
They won in spite of that decision last night. That's a bad decision. That's a bad decision up and down. Like, you're watching that game, and they're during the broadcast, if you listen to Merrill Reese and Mike Quick on the broadcast, they were both saying, like, what are they doing? Like, what are they doing here? Well, you're listening to the Sunday Night Football broadcast last night. They didn't know what was going. Like, what are you doing here?
Aikman was so confused. Like, he even said, he goes, I understand analytics. It doesn't make sense to anybody.
Well, a lot of times on analytics, they actually will flash it up on the screen, ESPN, because the analytics will say, like, fourth down, go for it. Like, anything 4th and 3, go for it or not. That was a bonehead decision last night. Just flat out bonehead. All right, so why go for it on fourth down is 7.7%. Lack of offense is number 2 in terms of the least voted on at about 18%, 17.9.
I'm surprised that's not higher.
The fact that they won the game, 21%.
Sounds about right.
Biggest story of the Eagles win, 52% right now are saying the defense. Hallelujah. We do have some smart people out there. Now, the fact that they won is the biggest story, really. But defense, Defense is your biggest story in the win. That's the biggest story in the win, is the defense. The fact that their defense played at the level that they played with last night. You are starting to wonder now, can this defense be what last year's defense was? That's the takeaway for me, is that they won in spite of the bleepiest offense right now that's going in this league. I watch the Jets play and feel like, okay, their offense is actually better than yours.
And now Garrett Wilson's out for 3 to 4 weeks, so you go back up ahead of them. But yes, in terms of execution, the way they executed last night, and it goes back to your question about the play calling. Like, what is happening when you should be running out the clock, and instead of running out the clock, you're throwing the ball and getting incomplete passes?
I can't understand some of the decisions that they make in terms of, you have A.J. Brown, and you threw the ball through him 3 times last night. And there were times where he's open, Hurts isn't even looking in his direction. You know, there was only, the week before, you had fluidity in the pass game. You had Devontae Smith running little ins, timing, ball, hitting him right as he makes his break. Nothing like that last night. Nothing like that last night. 609-403-0973. All right, let's knock out some text messages here. All right. Text board jamming right now. 609-403-0973. Hey, by the way, don't forget, 20 minutes, 99 bottles. Another sounder. Cue to call coming up. 609-403-0973. React on the text board. Here we go. Chris in Delaware. Eagles got lucky. If not for Love making a bonehead mistake and the receivers dropping passes, Packers win. Okay, a couple things there. I did text my friend last night during the game and said the Green Bay receivers are terrible. It's one of the reasons why I haven't bought into Green Bay at all to begin with. Not at all. I think they're a good team. I just don't think they're a great team.
They're not a great team, and I think you saw last night part of the reason why. Because their offensive line is very underwhelming, and they are now down multiple receivers to the point where they had to take their backup cornerback, who was a former wide receiver in Bo Melton, and put him back on offense.
He was a big story in the game last night, by the way. First off, he drew a holding penalty on Keely Ringo. That was a big, that gave them 25 extra yards. He was playing offense for most of the night. He did have a couple passes. He had a drop, I think. That was a pretty...
He also had a drop, yeah. Everyone seemed to take turns having drops.
609-403-0973. Mike, the Eagles' defense is better than last year. Not ready to go there yet, but I think it has more potential, maybe? It's a tough one.
Maybe as a higher ceiling. How about we put it that way? Because the young
Isn't
guys...
that the same thing, potential and ceiling? We're both saying the same thing and just using different words.
Maybe. I look at it as potential is like what you could possibly do, and ceiling is what your expectation can be. But either way, yes, the defense can be better this year because of the young guys. Because if Nolan Smith, and now you add Jalen Phillips and Jelix Hunt, like if those guys keep ascending and keep growing, who knows how much better they could be.
609-403-0973. Let's see here. Add to the dumb or stupid. It's already been mentioned. Didn't we sign one of the best running backs in the league? Didn't throw to our 2 number 1 wide receiver at any other time. Sorry, Hurts definitely hurts the team at times. Didn't we sign one of the best running backs in the league? Is that last year, or are you talking about this year?
I'm not sure what the person is trying to say. My working theory is that I think that they think that we should be getting the ball to Barkley more and throwing to Smith and Brown more. I don't
have a problem with that. It wasn't very well
verbalized.
Phil and Brigantine. Mike, look forward to hear Sirianni's rationale on that last drive. No matter what he says, it was mismanaged mess. Running twice and going for it on 4th down makes 0 sense. Stupid. They frankly got lucky. Green Bay didn't at least get to overtime. The offense was so bad. Hurts looked lost, but Troy did make a point when Hurts was scrambling. The receivers weren't even trying to get open. Positive. How about Jalen Phillips and the rest of that D? Amazing. Need some points against the Lions for sure. Yeah. We were talking about yesterday. Who's the best team? That team last night, I was not concerned like the whole game. I think Green Bay is just an average team. The Lions, last night, they ain't scoring 7 points.
No, and I'm glad that Phil brought up what Aikman said, because there were multiple times that Troy Aikman brought up in the broadcast of how Hurts had nowhere to go at times. And I think this is where the criticisms that come from like the previous texter who didn't leave their name saying Hurts hurts the team. This is where you got to watch the game. And when you watch the game and you realize that nobody's open for him to throw to, people are not coming back to the ball, Mike. There were multiple times in the game where the receivers just ran their route and just like stopped running. And you're like, guys, you got to come back to the quarterback. You got to come back to the ball. If you see the quarterback been holding the ball 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, maybe you look back and see what's going on.
Joe in Williamstown, the offensive line can outrun block. Barkley does not look slower, but there are not the same holes as last year. Yeah, Joe, I think that's fair. Brett Toth, had a great game 2 weeks ago. He did not play great last night.
He got exposed last night. I think Green Bay did a great job at looking at what they did against the Giants and said, we are not going to let them run those same blocking formations against us.
And then Lane Johnson going out. You know what happens when he goes out. It's always a struggle. Now, he did come back in, but that was late in the game. I can't believe he even came back in the game last night.
I think that was more of like a morale thing. I think that felt like he was just coming in to kind of like help the guys, like, he'd be like, hey, Lane's out here kind of vibe.
Guys, a win is a win. I agree with that. I don't care about the aesthetics of a win. Like, you win the game, they needed that win, and you're 7-2, you're first place, you're number 1 seed, all that's perfect. But I think it is fair to break down what happened last night and wonder if this is something that other teams can now say, we have more film on you, and we have more film on you.
And that's kind of what happened last night. For those who didn't get to watch it, the Sports Center after the game, Scott Van Pelt asked Devontae Smith that exact question.
Does it matter to you guys how you win games?
Nah, it don't matter, man. As long as we come out up top. We got things we need to clean up. That's always, but, long flight back. Glad we got the dub.
And listen, I don't expect them to say anything other than that. Like, I don't think they said, yeah, you know what, we're mad because we only scored 10 points. You got to win, you're going to win. And I'm okay with that. That's what they've been in the Sirianni era. Like, that's their mentality. Just get the win and get out and figure out the next week because we know it's a week-to-week league. 1 week you can win by scoring 40 points like Buffalo, and then you lose the next week. You score 40 points against Carolina and win, and then you lose to Miami. So just get out of there and win. Mike and Wildwood. Story of the night is defense. Jalen freaking Phillips. What a debut and a great game from the D all around. They made Love scared. Offense is what it's been. If we play that offense against Detroit, don't expect to win. We stole a W last night. Well, I can agree with all that stuff. You can't play offense like that against Detroit. That Detroit team is a huge step up from Green Bay, in my opinion. I think Green Bay is an average to good team. Detroit is a good to great team.
The funny thing with Detroit, though, is they have 3 losses on the year. So it's kind of odd that it's like we're saying Detroit's a great team, that they are a good to great team, and to use your words, and it's like, and they have 3 losses. So it's like,
and they lost to Green Bay, by the way.
And it just goes to show you the state of the league, right? The state of the league is that there's so much parity that one of the best teams in football has lost 3 times.
And in Northfield, extra opinion or extra option, Green Bay isn't ready to be considered on the elite level. I've been saying that all year.
Yeah, you've been pretty consistent on that.
Yeah. Jeff in Ocean City, spot on, Mike. A sack on second would have been better than an incomplete pass. Then we definitely would have punted on 4th down. I'm on to Detroit. Yeah, think about that. They threw the ball. They threw it out of bounds. He should have just taken the sack. Because then you could at least punt it away. Because that makes the decision pretty clear we have to punt.
Because if you throw it out of bounds, what does it do? Oh, yeah, it stops the clock.
That was terrible.
Then that's where, I kept asking myself last night, Mike, where do we draw the line in this? Is it Hurts? Is it Sirianni? Is it Patullo? Who among those 3 is allowing some of this stuff to happen? Because Sirianni is on the headset. You would think Sirianni would hear some of the conversations. You would think Patullo, Patullo loves to brag about all the great coaches he's been around. Well, couldn't you have learned something from those coaches? And by the way, Hurts has not exactly been coached by a bunch of bums either, from Nick Saban to Lincoln Riley to Doug Peterson to Nick Sirianni to Shane Steichen to Kellen Moore. It's not like Hurts has been around a bunch of idiots. Some of the decisions you make last night, it's like, hey, guys, where is this being lost in translation?
Guys, I like them going for it on fourth down, but you didn't need the dagger play. The dagger was a first down. Petula's the weak link on a very strong team. Well, right now he is the weakest link. There's no question. The offense is not holding up their end of the bargain week to week. Some weeks it's been okay. Giant game, Minnesota game. But if you're picking out a weak link right now, it's his unit. There's no question.
And I did think what A.J. Brown said after the game last night was an interesting answer because he was asked about them going to him on that fourth down play. And I thought the little back and forth he had with the media last night, I think it's a little revealing, Mike, of maybe the perspective in that locker room.
Sometimes you make the play, sometimes you don't. That's part of the game. So, we'll try my best to make the next one.
Do you appreciate the shot there?
Do I appreciate the shot?
Yeah, the aggressiveness.
I don't know. I think that shows the faith that he has in us. Because honestly, that's kind of who we are. So.
Very interesting answer. I don't know if I would have done it, but kudos to him for trusting us.
Yeah.
Jeff says he would have punted on fourth down, but why are we surprised they took that shot? On fourth down, the last few years, they've taken that shot to A.J. Brown. I'm glad you said that, Jeff, because I said the same thing. Okay, you're going to go for it. Let's say I'm on board with it. Fine, I back you on this. Here's the problem I had with it. I feel like they've run that same play every single time they go for it on fourth down.
Yes.
So it's almost like if you're Green Bay, hey, we know they like to go for it on fourth down, and this is the play they like to run. And Green Bay had two guys doubled A.J., and A.J. just couldn't do anything. He couldn't make a play on that ball.
And by the way, A.J. was doubled off and on throughout the night. If you go back and, I started going back and watching the game last night, Mike, whereas you see there's a bunch of times that they had overhang on A.J. Brown. It was almost like the Packers at times were saying, hey, we're down a cornerback. We don't have Nate Hobbs out here. So,
and you couldn't take advantage of it, by the way, Philadelphia.
Right. So, and Green Bay said, you know what? And you watch that there's a lot of times that A.J. Brown runs his routes, the safety's leaning to him. That's why some of those Dallas Goedert plays were wide open.
609-403 0973, which weren't all that executed well either to Dallas Goedert.
Well, that's a whole other. Yes, that's true.
So, yeah, Dallas Goedert plays may have been open, but they weren't all that big. Somebody texted in, Glenn and Absekin said, you guys were talking about how they need to get rid of the Thursday night games. After watching the 10-7, you have one team coming off a bye, the other got an extra day playing on run. You still got a 10-7. If teams don't execute, it doesn't matter what day of the week they play. Bad football is just bad football. Now, there's a point to that. I would say this, Glenn. The game on Thursday night had 22 accepted penalties. Last night's game had 10.
Right.
That's a big difference.
Huge difference.
Now, there was a lot of flags in the game last night, too. I thought that was it was a clunky flag night.
Well, also, there was inconsistent calls
11
last night.
11 flags, by the way, last night. 11 penalties.
Penalties, right. There were other plays where it was like, why didn't they call that false start?
The offsides on the Green Bay went offsides on their tush push. Philadelphia went offsides on their tush push. I mean, it was like a political thing. Well, they did this. Well, they did this too. I mean, Green Bay went offsides on theirs. Philadelphia went offsides on theirs. Yes, both sides can do wrong. Imagine that. Both sides can be wrong. And in this instance, Green Bay went offsides and so did Philadelphia.
It was a poorly officiated game, but I'm not going to act like the poorly officiated game was the reason why the outcome happened.
Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We'll keep the poll question up throughout the day. You can vote at Mike Gill Show. Don't forget, 99 bottles is on the way. When you hear that cue to call, be the seventh caller. Here's the phone number. You want to put that handy in your phone, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Coming up, Grayson's grades. Scott Grayson joins the show in 14 minutes from now with his grades on last night's win over the Green Bay Packers and the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. What did Chris Canty think about the game last night? You'll hear it coming up at 3:45. Adam Caplan has football at 4 today. And you guys out there all over South Jersey, you control the show. 609-403-0973. Get in now.
Yo, Mike, how long is this break here?
All right, 252 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the 99 bottles sound are going to be going off here shortly. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Scott Grayson's Grades. Hey, I want to remind you that when the Eagles win, you win, which means today it's your chance to go out and get those free tandoori chicken wings over at my guys over at the Nizams. When the Eagles win, you win for dine-in customers. Take the whole crew over to Nizams. Say, hey, the Eagles won last night. Where are my spicy tandoori chicken wings? They got a great lunch buffet on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They also got a great banquet room. Can hold up to 100 people for a private party or a celebration if you're doing something with the office. Christmas party. Can you believe Christmas party season is here? You know our Christmas party's coming up?
I mean, I know that it typically is
December 5th.
every year.
December 5th.
Oh, you're killing me, Smalls.
December 5th. That's the day.
You're killing me.
Sorry. I mean, I didn't make it. I'm not in charge here. I don't pick the day.
Oh, I know. You don't
have a
pick the
date or something? With that kind of reaction, it seemed like there might be a female involved.
Well, my favorite comedian is coming to the area that day.
What time's the show?
7 p.m.
Oh, that's a conflict.
It's a conflict.
Yeah. So what are you going to do?
No, I don't know.
Who's the comedian?
Tara Catastrassi.
Hmm.
She's an Italian comedian. She makes a lot of
Where is she performing?
Trop.
One night only?
One night only.
Hmm.
It's actually It's actually the last of her
Why
tour.
7 o'clock? That's an early time for a comedian.
Well, I think there's someone that goes on before her. Like she'll come on probably like 7:45 or 8 or whatever. I don't know.
You got to do more research on that. Seems like Christmas party. I don't know what time it is. It's usually early.
Well, you're telling me about the Christmas party for the first time. I'm hearing about it. So
yeah, I got told in the managers meeting the other day.
I don't get in those meetings.
Nope. And then I just remembered as I was talking about this live.
Sorry. Is this party?
It's not at the same place it's been the last 2 years.
Okay.
New spot we've never been to before.
Ooh,
I've been to
it
the
could
spot.
be a good or bad thing.
It's good. It's a good
Okay.
spot. Good spot.
Good to know.
Last 2 years, party's been good. Same spot. Atmosphere kind of.
It's okay.
It's okay. Like we had the whole place to ourselves. There was nobody else in there.
Which I don't mind.
No, that was cool about it. Like it was only us there. We don't have a big crew. Everybody's been fired. The whole place has been fired, laid off. There's only like 10 people left. So we don't really need a big spot.
It's like a reality TV show.
Yeah.
Survivor.
Yeah, like if you were voting people off this island, it would be pretty funny. So we're only down to like 10 people that work here. So we only need like a corner. But the place that we're going for the...
But you said you've been there. It's cool, right?
Actually, I haven't been there since it's changed.
You're just thinking about Survivor?
No, just everything. I'm just thinking about everything. No, the place, I can't even think of the name of it, but I know exactly where it is. I have not been there since it's changed to what it is now.
Gotcha.
But it's December 5th. Make your plans. All right, we're going to get more into the birds. Scott Grayson's grades. I see a ton of text messages coming in. 609-403-0973. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up. But first, there's your cue to call. It's time for 99 Bottles. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You are entered for this year's 99 Bottles party at Maynard's in Margate. You must be present to win. This year's 99 Bottles party has a ton of tickets. As always, Eagles club box seats for the Eagles Commanders game, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets, and tickets to see events all over South Jersey. Every qualifier is a winner, like caller number 7 right now, 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. Don't forget, you must be present to win on Wednesday, November 27th at Maynard's in Margate.
Back goes Love. He pumps. He is looking. He is hit. He is sacked all the way back across his own 45 by Jalix Hunt.
Well, that was Merrill Reese on the call last night, as heard on 97.3 ESPN. Defense showed up. Defense balled out. Defense probably got good grades. Scott Grayson's grades are right now. They're brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Scott Grayson, of course, Fox 29, and Grayson's Grades at 97.3 ESPN.com is back with another edition of Grayson's Grades. Late night last night, Scott Grayson, you get a win, but probably a very interesting report card here. Tale of two sides of the ball here. Let's start with the defense. That's the positive side of the ball. And the Eagles' defense was the story of the game last night. I mean, they won the game, yes, but I think the bigger story than the win was, man, what their defense looked like. And now you're looking at the big picture and wondering, can this defense be as good, if not better, than last year's group?
Well, look at the similarities, right? It was last year after the bye that the team in general, but the defense really started to make some progress. And it was probably about this time last year that they started to turn a little bit of a corner. You look at this defense and you had to be very impressed, like you said, with what they were able to do last night. I mean, the addition of Jalen Phillips just made that line. And again, Jalen Carter being healthier matters too. Nolan Smith back. All of a sudden, we went from thinking that the Eagles had no pass rush, they had no real pass rushers to speak of, to all of a sudden it's like, wow, I mean, they're rotating him in and out. And Brandon Graham was what I thought he would be, a 10-ish snap guy to come in and spell some guys. So, I think there was a lot to be really, really thrilled about. There was a moment of concern when Quinyon Mitchell pulled up in the first quarter. But then the offense went on a really long 7-minute drive before they fumbled. But it was a long drive that allowed Quinyon to get right on the sideline, right? He came back out. He was fine, had a good game. I'm excited, Mike, to see what Vic Fangio does with his defense, with the pieces he has. They're suddenly pretty deep at a lot of places. I think defensive back is still a place I'm kind of left a little concerned until we see Jair Alexander get out there. I'm just not I'm not really digging the Keely Ringo, Adoree Jackson guys out there very much. I thought Adoree Jackson was okay at times last night, but the defense as a whole, you're right. That's the reason they won the game. Forced 2 big turnovers, multiple stops on 4th down. Didn't let the Packers into the end zone until late in the game. Definitely big time kudos to go into Lambeau and win like that.
Yeah, one thing, too, you mentioned Brandon Graham. I know he was in key moments of the game, too. They, saved him until, the late part of the game. But you gave an A to Jalen Phillips last night. I want to get your thoughts on, yes, his performance, but now how he fits in and what he brings to the defense now that we've seen him.
I think he fits in great. I think, there's a reason they went and got him, and I think it had something to do with Vic Fangio telling Howie, I know what this guy can do. I've coached him before. Get him here. I'll have him be an impact player. And he did. He was great at his various. I was watching him work at times on the snap of the ball and his various moves, his ability to bull rush a guy. You could tell he was kind of starting at times to make sure he could read, run, pass. And once it was pass, he'd put his head down and he was pushing his the tackle back towards Jordan Love. It was part of the reason that Love was uncomfortable in the pocket. So, I think Jalen Phillips, and this was game 1, right, after half a week, really, of practice. So the more he gets comfortable in this defense, the more he gets comfortable with the guys who are going to be next to him that he's working with a lot. I mean, it's hard to say you expect him to be better than he was last night because that was really good. But I think you have to expect that he's going to get a little better. And that's a little scary for opponents.
Yeah, you also gave an A to Jalix Hunt last night, too. He's a guy that you thought maybe his snap total would go down and be affected, but did it actually bring out the best in Jalix Hunt?
I have a feeling that's going to be the impact on a lot of these guys. And it's part of the reason they were so good last year on the defensive line. It's because, there's quality reps and then there's quantity of reps. And every time you go out there, you want to be able to give quality reps. And I think those matter more than quantity of reps, right? So I think the more that these guys are able to go out there, be spelled for a couple of plays here and there, get back on the field and go out there and give the best quality reps or snaps they can, I think that's going to bode well for this defense. And when you think back to how deep they were last year on the defensive line, it's one of the reasons why I think they were so good at generating a pass rush. And as you saw, when your secondary doesn't have to cover as long, boy, it makes their jobs a whole lot easier. So Jalen Hunt, to me, you heard his name called multiple times. He seemed to really, have a good game, in my opinion. He was back in that backfield a lot. He was harassing Jordan Love. I believe he had one of the sacks. So I think it's a lot of good things to be excited about with that defensive line. And guys who were sort of struggling going towards the bye, came out of it last night, and I thought looked pretty good.
Scott Grayson's grades, of course, after every Eagles game. They're brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight for the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. I want to get your thoughts on Nakobe Dean, who I thought played well last night, but the Dean Campbell, I think this is at the expense of Jahad Campbell, and I don't know where this is going. And it's hard to say, well, we're just not playing this guy.
It is, because we came out and everybody, until Dean came back, was raving about Jahad Campbell, even back into training camp. It was like, hard to believe this guy's a rookie. He looks great out there. And now you see that he's, at times having a hard time getting on the field. And it's a good problem for the defense to have, right? I mean, when you remember he is just a rookie, there's several things you see with Nakobe Dean. And it's part of what makes Dean so good, in my opinion. He's a very smart player. He can diagnose plays pre-snap. And you see him almost like a bullet fired out of a gun at times, shoot right through the line. Or he beats a running back to a hole, and then it's a question of whether or not he'll make the tackle. Sometimes that can get him in trouble because he can go hard in one direction, and it might be the wrong direction. It doesn't happen often that he guesses wrong or makes a bad his gut usually is right. And so I like a lot of the things that Dean is giving them. And again, the big thing that with Nakobe Dean, and it's been throughout his career, pro and college, is can he stay healthy?
Yeah.
And as long as he stays healthy, that creates a little bit of an issue with Jahad Campbell. Of course, if he gets a little banged up, then Jahad Campbell's right back in there for more snaps. I mean, look, Campbell almost had an interception last night when Jalen Carter tipped the ball. He's out there. He's still growing as a player for sure, and it's only going to make this team better. But it is a good problem to have that you have a guy that talented, kind of filling a depth role and getting snaps that way.
Yeah, I know that he also got called for the pass interference. So, I mean, he's playing in roles where, I think his kind of edge rushing snaps last night, he did play a couple edge rushing snaps. They weren't great last night either. By the way, 53 snaps for Jalen Phillips last night. When you take a look at how much did he play, he played 53. Jahad Campbell did play 34. Dean played 44, so they did mix them up. Nolan Smith played 19 last night. What'd you see from him?
I saw a good burst at the beginning of the game, and he had to, he's got to kind of get back into the rhythm of the game after being out on IR like he was and coming back. First game back, it was nice to see him in there, and I thought he really did add stuff to that defensive line that they were missing going into the bye. Again, these bodies, and they're talented bodies. When they're healthy, they're really talented bodies that are helping to make this defensive line that much better. So I like the way that he was rushing. I like the way he was able to get back there. His speed, when he gets out, he can track down quarterbacks. And there were a couple times he was chasing after Jordan Love. And, I thought that was the biggest thing they did was they made Love uncomfortable from the beginning of the game, and it lasted throughout the game. And he wasn't keeping his eyes downfield. And Nolan Smith, Jalen Phillips, Jalen Hunt, all the guys we've talked about certainly played a role in that. And I think that was a big reason why they were able to win the game.
Scott Grayson's grades right now here on the Sports Bash. A lot of defense here first because that was really the story. Jalen Carter, too. He was a guy that I thought has been just okay this year. And I thought last night while the numbers didn't say, look at the game he had, I think that maybe Jalen Phillips had a great game because of he was a disruptor in the middle last night.
By the
way, you could also throw Ojomo in there as well because he was really good.
Yeah, I mean, they all. I really, there's hardly anybody on defense you can complain about after during last night. But Jalen Carter, we've talked about it over the last few weeks. He's getting healthier, and out of the bye here, I think this was again the healthiest he's been. Look, he's the guy who I used to say this to you all the time when I would grade Fletcher Cox. Not going to jump out in the box score, right? And Jalen Carter didn't really jump out at the box score last night. I think like 2 tackles and 2 pass deflections, which were raising his arm up and batting the ball down. Those are key plays. But he is a disruptor. He is, and you heard Troy Aikman say it on the broadcast last night, he can be a game wrecker. And he has that ability. And so you won't always see him show up in the box score in a big way, but his impact is mighty. And I thought he had a great impact on the game last night for the Eagles. He does make everybody better when he can win his battles up front, because that's the quickest way to the quarterback, straight line. He's the closest one to him to start the snap. And if he can bowl through and push that center or guard back towards, Jordan Love or whatever quarterback we're talking about, it makes them move off their mark. They're not able to hit that spot and deliver the ball. That matters, and it affects the whole play. So I think Jalen Carter, to me, is going to continue to get better. I think he was really battling some injuries, and he wasn't always talking about it early in the game. Missed a couple of games early this season. The Giants game comes to mind, too, where they lost without him. And having him back, and not only having him back, but having him healthy, is really going to make a big impact on this defense going forward.
All right, Scott, let's go to the other side of the ball where the grades were not as good, including the offensive coordinator, Kevin Petula. He got a D. Why? Obviously, we can answer the question of why, but what is going on with Petula and in this offense?
And I was thinking about it last night. I think some of it, really good defense they played against yesterday. I mean, those were two really good defenses on the field, and I thought the Packers did a lot of good things to make it harder on the Eagles to run the ball. They had issues with footing early in the game. Saquon Barkley slipped a couple of times. Jordan Mailata fell down in the hole, so Saquon had nowhere to go on one play. There was some issues with that, and that's not Kevin Petula's fault. But I'm back going. There were a lot of times I was somewhat baffled at the lack of a rhythm in play calling. Look, one thing they found success with earlier this season was tempo. Even if you don't snap it right away, going up to the line of scrimmage without subbing, getting up to the line, having plays called, and going with a little bit of tempo to hold the defense off guard, maybe keep some guys from substituting in on Green Bay's side. And they didn't do that last night. And I think that was the kind of game where you do that. And when the Packers did it at one point, they started moving the ball. When you have trouble moving the ball, you got to do something. The definition of insanity. You want to keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. Fine, but you're not going to get them. So do something different. And I would have thought maybe going with a little tempo might have helped that offense a little bit yesterday. There's plays called that there's just no rhythm or building off of one play to something else. And they had done some of that going into the bye. I was optimistic that they were going to come out better offensively last night than they did. But I think part of that was I wasn't giving Green Bay's defense quite as much credit as I should have. They did play really well. But there were, what gets me, Mike, is they can go on these really long, methodical drives, and it seems like things are working. And then it's like they forget how to do it for several series. And all that while, you're asking your defense to just hold the status quo. And there's going to be games coming up where they just need to kind of go down and put points on the board repeatedly a few drives to make things easier on their defense. And I'm just not totally sold that Kevin Petula is ready to engineer that with these guys right now. And I don't like that. I think there's something that I wanted to see self-scouting come forward out of the bye that would have shown that there were things they could have done better. Now, losing Lane Johnson for part of the game, I get it. That matters. It affected your jumbo package as well because Fred Johnson had to move out of that one spot over to fill Lane Johnson's role. But, I just want to see a rhythm with this offense build. Throughout a game or throughout, and I understand it's not going to be a fluid rhythm all the way through. That doesn't happen rarely, but something.
Yeah, I there's a lot that I agree with on that. I do want to get your thoughts, though, on Sirianni and his role in this as well. It's, and then you got the last play of the game. They go for it on fourth down. You see Sirianni on the sideline going, why? It's almost like, he didn't know that play was being called. Like, there was a bizarre ending there.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack within that, right? Okay, so with Nick Sirianni, I'm just going to start by saying that, look, you go into Lambeau and you win, that the head coach deserves some credit for having his guys ready to go out there, deal with the cold weather, deal with the Packers, do what they did, and come out with a win. Now, that being said, there were some decisions that were made by both head coaches last night, not just Sirianni. I thought LaFleur made some bad decisions too. And look, I may be in the minority here, Mike. I know a lot of people are like, you got to punt there, Today's game, how many times do you see a team punt there and then the opponent comes down, even though there's not a whole lot of time, and is able to kick the game-tying field goal? I got that you wanted to win with your offense on the field. I actually didn't have a problem with the decision to go for it. And I get that I might be in a little bit of the minority. I hated the decision to go downfield there. To me, that is a Dallas Goedert down. You're looking over the middle at him. You're running him out on the play earlier where he didn't turn around early enough. I don't run that play again before I ran what they did. Now, I've also heard, they've had a lot of, and it's true, they've had success with dagger plays like that where they can get them. And when you watch the replay, if Jalen threw the ball towards the sideline, I think AJ has a chance to make that catch. He left it more over the middle of the field and was back towards the defender. But I think the why from Sirianni, because I saw that too instantly, and I was like, okay, why is he saying why? I mean, as the head coach, they're going for it. You're making the decision. I imagine that's your call to go for it on 4th and 8 there. If you walk away and don't hear the play call, that's irresponsible. So you have to know what the play call is. I think he was saying why, because I don't think he wanted Jalen to take that shot to AJ there. I just think that wasn't as open as they may have thought it was. And I heard Devontae, Smith say after the game, whatever 1 and 11 want to do, that's what we're going to do. And so you see that, and it's like, and you hear that, and it's like, wow, how much, freedom do they have, and even a moment like that does Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown have to maybe make that decision to do that play there?
Well, you heard what AJ said after the game. He was like, I don't know if I really would have done that.
Yeah, that's true. And so there's a lot to unpack there. The why from Sirianni I saw too. And I was like, I think it's because he didn't want the ball downfield. I think there were other options that he would have wanted to see them do that had maybe a higher chance of getting a first down, or at least even if you got 5 yards further, then, and you don't get the first down because it was 4th and 8. Okay, well, you just at least added 5 more yards and you had a chance to maybe break a tackle and get there. I'm not against the decision to go for it. I just wasn't wild about the decision of where to go with the ball.
I can see what you're saying. Like, listen, would I have gone for it? No. Field goal, 54-yarder, tough spot there. If you don't make the field goal, now you add 7 more yards to where they have the ball. Even if you punt the ball out of the end zone, that's 15 yards that they would lose because the ball comes out, to the 20. You're at the 35. Right. So that's 15 yards more that they would have to gain. So even if you punt the ball out of the end zone, they still lose 15 yards. So to me, you take the shot to punt. Now, if you want to say, I don't mind their mindset, I love the fact that they try to go for the dagger, I'm okay with that. Here was the problem I had. They ran that play, and I said, every time it's 4th down, they run the same play where they try to get AJ on that little fade, right?
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think one time earlier in the year, it might have been Devontae on that. But it's the same. It is the same play. You're right. And so it's becoming predictable. And it's funny because the Eagles players, you heard Josh Jacobs after the game saying Eagles players were calling out what the Packers were running on 4th and 1. You wonder, are teams starting to pick up on what they're going to do in a situation like that? Because they had one guy on AJ. I think, like I said, the sideline might have been open, but the safety wasn't far off. So it's not like it was a wide open throw.
Yeah. And, well, I guess the other question would be, did AJ and Jalen go a little Seattle game and just go rogue?
That's what I'm gather. That's where I was going by mentioning the Devontae Smith answer to a question I heard last night about 1 and 11. We trust them. Okay, but that didn't work in Seattle. It didn't work last night. At some point, I know you've got a franchise quarterback. You're paying him like one. You got a top tier receiver.
That would answer the why. That would be Sirianni being like, why are you guys not listening? You know what I mean?
Right. Or why are you? Yeah. It's know the situation, know the game. It's 27 seconds left, or maybe 30 at that point when they snap the ball. They have no timeouts left. If we can even just do something to run the ball or a shorter pass that gives us a chance to convert. Again, I'm all over Dallas Goedert in that situation. That's got Goddard written all over it for me. And maybe Saquon Barkley because I was also thinking that they might even do a play where they spread out and let Jalen try to run it. Because that had success early in the game when he fumbled. But, it was none of that. And so it's like, I think the why, you're right. I think there's a certain level of, did Jalen just go rogue on that play? Like you pointed out, sort of like Seattle a couple years ago.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can get the full grades at 97.3ESPN.com, but that definitely was an eye-opener there. I didn't think Jalen particularly had a great start to the game. He had some weird throw. Like, some of the throws were I don't know, I can't even describe what I was watching. I was like, what? He just didn't look right. There was just no fluidity in the offense. They couldn't get the run game going. I thought the best play of the game, by the way, is the 41-yarder to Barkley. And that play looked like happened. Right. That play didn't look like they certainly didn't call that play. I'll give Hurts credit for just dumping it off to him there. But why isn't that play more a part of your offense? Hey, a little dump out to the valve to the running back and let him make some moves.
Well, right, and it's what was interesting to me, Mike, is rarely does Jalen go through his reads that far. That he turned and saw Saquon over there calling for the ball. And so there were several things that happened there, like that allowed that to go. And then so then Saquon gets it, and I mean, if that tackle is made, he doesn't get a first down, and then the touchdown potentially doesn't happen. Yeah. But he makes that great spin move, and it's amazing in a game like that. Sometimes it's just one play that really makes a huge difference and tips the scales for one team over another. And that's where you have to have a playmaker. Saquon could have been bottled up a lot like he was in that game. And it's one play where he gets the opportunity to make himself shine and help his team. And he did. And that's just where, though, like Jalen has to go through his reads. He's got to see everything. And when he does, good things can happen. And I thought the offensive line at times, like on that play, really did a good job of giving him clean pockets to throw out of.
Yeah, listen, I get it. It was cold. It was windy last night. That's a factor, too. A lot of the throws, we're not talking about deep shots down the field. We're talking about little stuff, little outs on the sidelines. They just were high, far, wide. He missed the one to Calcaterra down the middle of the field. That's a longer shot down the field. But that one was one that you're like, man, that one you should really connect on. Who knows how windy it was down on that field down there that could have played a factor, but that was one that was open. There was, a couple throws that were high and wide, and you were just like, he just wasn't on his game last night. Maybe it was the weather. It was cold for the first time, so that's something that I guess could be calculated in. But, hey, those are plays in the playoff game. It's going to be cold, and he's made those plays before, right? He's made those throws. He generally makes the big throw at the big moment at the big time. That's why Jalen Hurts is a winner, man. He makes those big plays in the big moments.
Yeah, he does. And one thing I wanted to mention, too, was the offensive line. I said earlier about them. Jordan Mailata did not have a good game last night. And I'm a big Mailata fan. I love what he brings to that line. I love what he does. But he was not on the ball last night. False starts, slipping. There were times he got beat occasionally. And that's not going to happen often. And I think there's a lot of success they can have out there when they run behind him and Landon Dickerson, and I think all that makes Jalen better. Now you're right about the passes.
By the way, and Toth wasn't great last night. I mean, he got exposed a little bit last night. You talked about Lane. So anytime this line has a little variation to it, you see the struggles exemplified.
Absolutely, and it's. I think it's overlooked a lot of times by people just how important it is to have that offensive line chemistry. Look what happened to Green Bay early in the game. Their center goes out, and that just created more problems for them as well. It's so you lose an offensive lineman. If anybody loses an offensive lineman, that trickle down effect, the domino effect of as it goes down the line with the chemistry, communication, timing, especially on the road when you're dealing with all that crowd noise. It matters. And hopefully they get Cam Jurgens back soon. Toth has done all right. He's done an admirable job as a backup here. But I think they're missing Cam Jurgens in that spot for sure.
Scott Grayson's grades are posted after every Eagles game over at 97.3ESPN.com. You can look at all the grades, and don't forget to check out Scott on Fox 29, and his appearances for Grayson's grades are brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone. Bridgeton Auto Mall. Scott Grayson, we'll talk to you, pal.
All right, you got it, Mike. Take care.
All right, there's Scott Grayson, everybody. Of course, you can check him out on Fox 29 and, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live. I do want to congratulate our latest qualifier. Let's go back to, where was his name? Chris in Galloway is our latest qualifier for this year's 99 Bottles Party. Chris, we will see you at Maynard's. By the way, Sirianni is not talking today, so usually the Sirianni presser would be coming up next here on the Sports Bash, but he is not. The day after, he generally talks at 3:30. He is not talking today, so we will get back into your text messages because a ton of them continue to come in. I love it. I love all the reaction. I love all the opinions. I love all the thoughts. 609-403-0973. We'll read and react to your text messages coming up next. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN 332. I'm Mike Gill. Don't forget, this hour of the Sports Bash, as always, is brought to you by our friends at Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. 609-390-3907, online, broadleafs.net. Well, Nico Harrison got fired by the Dallas Mavericks. He proceeded to trade Luka Doncic away. Now the team is 3-8. And they had the number 1 pick in the draft, Cooper Flagg. That hasn't worked out so well yet. Not ready to write off Cooper Flagg, but he hasn't looked like a game changer at this moment in time.
Yeah, it seems like I was reading an article from The Athletic earlier, and basically the way The Athletic article laid it out was that, this was a very, very, very recent decision that apparently started manifesting in the last 24, 48 hours, and that the organization, so for those who don't know, the Mavs no longer are owned by Mark Cuban. It's the Dumont family. And the guy who is the governor, like the acting owner right now, Patrick Dumont, he basically started having these conversations last night. And then 12 hours later, you're fired.
Talk about an impulse buy.
Talk about an impulse fire.
Just bang. I'll take it. Right. Get rid of this guy.
Yeah.
I got space in my closet now. 609-403-0973. All right, a lot of text messages coming in.
A lot of text messages not about the Mavs firing their GM.
No, but I definitely think that,
it's a wild story.
You make a decision like that, and it backfires on you, and the repercussions become you no longer have your job, even after they ended up with the number 1 overall pick. And it was like, hey, we traded this guy, and then we got this guy, right. And that hasn't worked out either. Meanwhile, the news with the Sixers today, not great. Be the first to admit. I certainly am not optimistic hearing about this Joel Embiid thing.
And again, it's because it's the other knee.
It is the opposite knee. It is the right knee. It makes it a little scary to hear that it's the right knee.
Because then it goes into the medical parlance of, was he overcompensating for the left knee? Has he been working too hard to get back? Has he been pushing himself and not telling the doctors what's going on? Like, you get all kinds of layers.
Yeah, and I don't remember seeing something, him holding his knee or falling or something to that effect. So that is a little concerning that he is out with right knee soreness tonight. The Sunday night, it was left knee management. That's just been what they've been saying when he's been out on the back-to-backs.
Correct.
This is right knee soreness, which is
different.
Not good. All right, let me get the text message here. Mark and EHT. The issue, is my opinion, is still Kevin Buttulo. We had a 3rd and 14th and a 3rd and 12, and instead of actually trying to go for it, the game he calls a safe play. Give it to the running back for 3 yards. Both of those drives were in the section of where we got no first downs. Way too conservative. Yeah, I did think there was a lot of conservative moments in the game last night. For a team that kind of prides itself on being aggressive and being the aggressor, 4th down and 6. Go for it. There was a lot of conservative moments in the game last night.
And I agree with Mark and EHT, I would also ask you, Mike, how did you go from a team that played the way they did, the 2 games for the bye, to regressing this much coming out of the bye?
Yeah, I thought that they finally had a rhythm to the run game and then had a little bit of rhythm in the pass game. The last 2 games, Minnesota, 200-yard receivers. Even the Giant game when A.J. didn't play. I thought you had some rhythm with Devontae, couple in routes, a little connection with him and Jalen. That was out the window last night. I mean, there was the one play he connected with Devontae for a big first down on the right sideline. That was a good shot over there. The throw that he makes is a little short, a little underthrown. Now, again, the weather down there, who knows with the ball, could have been part of the reason why some of the throws were a little underthrown. That I don't know. I didn't hear anybody really talk about that being a big problem other than the kicking situation.
Right. It seemed like the weather was more of an impact on the kicking. Now, they did say the field was a little slick and guys were losing their footing at times.
Well, we did see
Saquon had that one play.
Slip in and, all that stuff. Couple more texts. Let's go to Justin in Ventnor. That game annoyed me last night so badly, but the thing I literally said to my buddy is they need to run with Saquon on first down, then immediately after get under center, double action move, Devontae drive after drive. I said that literally Well, I said at the beginning of the show, Justin, is I don't mind if you stick with the run and it's not working. If you're under center, you're going to turn around and get 2 yards and 3 yards and 2 yards and 3 yards and just kind of one of those times you go play action and take your shot. And when they finally did take your shot down the field, they scored a touchdown, 36-yard touchdown. So I agree with what Justin's saying is, hey, I'm okay running the ball and just like kind of, plotting here and there, but that's to set something else up. You got to set something else up with that run game. And then if you're not going to set up something with the run game, then you got to get out of that. You can't just keep trying and trying and trying unless you're trying to set something else up.
And that's why for a lot of us, we had a lot of questions coming into the year about Patullo anyway, because this is a guy who had never called plays before. And we kept being told, be patient with the guy. He's new at the job, blah, blah, blah. And we felt like our patience was rewarded with the Vikings and the second Giant game. And now it feels like all that goodwill that was built up from those 2 games, Mike, has been completely flushed.
609-403-0973. Again, the Eagles' defense is so good, but yet most of the salaries are high paid on the offense. Well,
that's partly because of the fact that the defense is, I think it's the 5th youngest defense.
Yeah, they got
NFL.
a lot of younger players. They can't make the big money on the defense yet. Let's go to AJ and Courthouse. That low percentage last play to AJ was fine at any other time other than the situation we had last night. I would agree with that. Said, which was an automatic turnover to the other team in a one-possession game to win it on the last drive of the game. That is an unreasonably stupid decision that Sirianni defended last night. Now, I agree. Sirianni defending it after the game, I'm a little surprised by, but not really. Like, he's not going to come out and say, that was a stupid decision on my part, but he could have. I think people would have. Would you have been surprised if Sirianni came out, hey, that's on me, I made that decision, and looking back on it, we probably should have just punted it?
The problem is that the last time Sirianni did that, we found out later that he didn't call the play. Remember the Seattle game 2 years ago? So did Sirianni be like, you know what, I'm not going to sit here and try to over-defend it, because let's play for everybody again what Sirianni did say about the play. And I think that you kind of get an idea that, Sirianni didn't like aggressively defend it, but it wasn't necessarily being like it was the greatest move of all time either.
I would have liked to be in a little closer to kick a field goal. But the closer we would have got, the more, again, you play every situation a little bit differently, but I think it was into the wind on that one. I knew the kick would have to be a little bit lower trajectory of a kick on that particular one. I got a lot of faith in our offense. It didn't work out on this one. We just didn't get it. But the decision, I stand put on that decision.
I stand put on that decision. That's where I think maybe he could have said, hey, looking back, hindsight, maybe I should have punted that away. Hey, that being said, I still trust our guys. Sorry that it didn't get done. Probably better move to punt it and give them the 15-yard, extra that they're going to have to get. You gave them the ball at the 35-yard line. In today's game, I mean, they tried a 64-yard field goal. And by the way, that whole thing was ridiculous. They call timeout, and they've got McManus on the field. Well, everybody's running on the field. McManus like, snap it. I want to see, I want to take a shot at this. Well, at that point, it's too late, dude. The whole place just walked off the field, and he's like, no. Snap the ball so I can kick it to see if I can make this kick. So then they saw that he couldn't. So then they threw the play and tried to gain a couple extra yards, by the way, in which Philadelphia, I thought, was a little too far off the ball, because if the throw by Love was anywhere near the receiver, now you would have to take into account the receivers couldn't catch last night.
That, and also the fact that if you go back and watch that play, you realize the Eagles' front four completely overwhelmed the Packers' O-line, and Love was almost like oh, bleep, I need to throw this ball.
Yeah. All right. I think, and we got a lot of text messages I'm trying to get through here. Dan in the Absecon says, play calling is so iffy that last series. I think third down, they roll Hurts out to the right where Parsons was getting blocked. Goddard then released. They can't see that before hiking, plus Nolan Smith is a beast. All right, that play, I thought Parsons did mess that play up a little bit. They had Parsons chasing Hurts out of the pocket, and Hurts couldn't run for the first down because he couldn't outrun Parsons. So then he made that throw to where Goddard wasn't even looking at him. And then Aikman's talking about how the corner made some great play on the ball. No, the throw was terrible. The throw wasn't. And Goddard never even turned his head around.
Yeah, and I think that, again, it goes back to the whole game. There were just these weird plays that would happen, and you're trying to figure out, how is the offense so unprepared, but the defense was so overprepared?
Yeah, I look at a lot of the play calls and decision to go back to that text messages. I definitely think that the play calling was very conservative. There was no setting up there. Now, I don't want to say that was the whole game, because early in the game, they had a great drive, and then Hurts fumbled.
Well, the opening drive was great. We can give Vitullo credit for having a great opening script, but this goes back to the whole thing in football, which is, what was one of the problems that happened for a team, just to use this as an example, the early years of the Patrick Mahomes era with the Chiefs, they had these great opening drives, but then the offense would stall. Then Andy Reid had to make adjustments. But Andy Reid has decades of experience calling plays. So if Andy Reid has to make adjustments, you're like, okay, it's Andy Reid. You tell Kevin Patullo you need to make adjustments, it's like, well, what are you going to get?
Yeah, I definitely think that Patullo, they came out, they had a good drive. They fumbled. That looked like, okay, they got something that can at least move the ball. And it almost seemed like they had the pick of the litter of what they wanted to do.
Yeah, and then it's almost like Patullo forgot what he was doing.
He was not good the rest of the night. He had a lot of rough moments the rest of the night. It's so frustrating because it's like for 3 years now you have Brown and Smith, and yet they win and they've won a Super Bowl, but 2023 looms all the time, and you're like, that at no point has this offense been consistently fun.
No.
There's been moments when they're fun, but never consistently, and fun doesn't win you games. I'm just talking about fluid, fun.
Functional.
Yeah. And it shouldn't be like that if you want to be special. If you want to be special, they got to somehow get some fluidity to the offense. And, by the way, Jalen Hurts, I think you need to want Patullo to be great. You need Patullo to be the guy because you don't want to have to fire him and get another offensive coordinator. I think Jalen Hurts and this offense, it would behoove them that Patullo gets his act together for everybody's sanity. All right, coming up, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. What did Chris Canty think about the Eagles' decision to go for it on fourth down? Did he actually like it? Stick around and find out. It's next. The Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
30 seconds to go in the game. Punt the damn ball. Who cares if it only ends up netting out 15 yards of field position? That's huge when it comes to a field goal game. Why would you give the Green Bay Packers an opportunity to kick a 64-yarder when it could have been, 70 yards away, 75 yards away, so on and so forth? I mean, I hate to do the hypotheticals, but that's the reality of it. Analytics overwhelmingly sided with punting the ball. I don't understand why Nick Sirianni wanted to create this false choice of kicking a field goal versus going for it on 4th and 6 and throwing the ball to A.J. Brown, who was a non-factor the entire night.
That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Chris Canny, it's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone. Whitehorse RV, your RV adventure starts here. Canny's definitely spot on here. First off, A.J. Brown non-factor all night. Let's just say they had some cockamamie idea in their head that we were going to throw to him all night. We're going to save a play like that in our back pocket. Like, oh, he's not even in the game plan. And then, we're going to sneak this play. Did not work. 4th down and 6. Canny absolutely on the money here. Punt the ball away, even if the punt is a shankaroni like he had earlier in the game off the side of his foot. The worst case scenario is, most likely, unless you really shank it, is that they lose 15 yards, and they're back on the 20, and then they have to go 15 extra yards in. By the way, when you punt the ball, more time comes off the clock. So you not only didn't take much time off the clock, you gave the ball at the 35 instead of, at the worst, the 20. It was just a terrible decision all over the place, and it almost cost your team the game. It was reckless for a team that game was so important for last night. They get the win, and you see how important it is now. They're the number 1 seed. And you know what happened to the Packers in that game? They're now the 7 seed. The Packers are in 3rd place behind the Bears in their own division now. 3rd place in their own division now after that loss last night. They got a lot of picking up the pieces to do. That's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Your RV adventure starts here. Listen on Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6 a.m. with Evan, Michelle, and Canty right here on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up at 4:10 today for Football at 4. 4:10 today for Football at 4. Adam Caplan joins us coming up next. But first, your cue to call is right now for this year's 99 Bottles Party. Caller number 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You're in for this year's 99 Bottles Party. Don't forget, you must be present to win on Wednesday, November 26th at the world-famous Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue, where one lucky winner is going to walk away with Eagles tickets. But we'll also have tickets to go see the Sixers, the Flyers, and area concerts and events from all over this South Jersey, Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and beyond. 99 bottles, 99 qualifiers, 99 winners. It all happens November 26th at Maynard's in Margate. Caller 7. Good luck. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Adam Caplan will join us in about 10 minutes from now for today's Football at 4 right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Go over what we saw last night, all the different moments of the game that really mattered, and really that first drive of the game was a big moment in the game, right? That moment in the game that you got off to a good start. You felt like the Eagles' offense looks like they're coming out of the bye week, right? Sometimes when you come out of that bye week, you look like a team that is on a mission of these are all the things that we did wrong and we now need to fix. We think that we fixed them, and now we're going to kind of show off some of the things. And it looked like they came out with a new look. I don't want to say new look offense in terms of, oh, my God, all of a sudden they went to a different style of offense. But it just looked like they had better rhythm and better just everything. The offense, that first drive of the night, just looked so crisp. And then it just kind of got back to the old things that we've seen most of the season. And it's very frustrating because, you know, as much as this team, look, they're a good team. They're a good team, but there's a lot of good teams. There's a lot of good teams in the NFC this year, and that if you have a week like that against a team that really can get its act together, I think Detroit, I think the Rams, I think Seattle. I think a lot of people are downplaying what Seattle might be. A healthy 49er team. How about Tampa Bay again? Tampa Bay, you played them the last time. They were a little banged up. Heck, you played that team last night. They were banged up last night. What happens if they're at full strength? So it is inconceivable to me that you had 2 weeks to prepare that for that game, and that was what you got. That is, to me, just bonkers. That's 2 weeks worth of preparation, and you got 10 points out of it. 609-403-0973. We'll do Adam Caplan in 6 minutes from now. But, you know, let's get a couple text messages here. Mike, coming out of the bye, I think we all thought they would have self-evaluated, corrected some obvious shortcomings, and come out crisp and focused. The D answered the bell. The offense was just the opposite. Play calling is still perplexing, and Hurts was a bit off. That being said, we'll definitely have much better perspective after the Lions game. I'm sure they'll come out ready to beat up the champs. Can't wait. You know, the Lions last year, they felt that they should have won the NFC, but they had all those injuries. They said it when the schedule came out, that they wanted to play that game on opening night. They wanted to be the team that got a chance to play Philadelphia because they felt that they would have won the game had they got a chance to play Philadelphia last year. Another text message. Guys, it's a difficult call there. They took the shot, probably should have ran a slant or in route. Yeah, I think you can say, hold on.
Could have done a running back screen because they just made it almost like a handoff. Like there's so many other plays that were not that play. And I think that's what frustrates everyone most, right, Mike, is that whether it's, you know, people who are texting you or me personally or people texting the text board right now at 609-403-0973, it's the idea that we all can name plays that they should have done that were not that play. And that's what's exasperating, that is that play, while it didn't necessarily decide the game, it's a symbolic moment of what has frustrated people all year with this offense.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, this is the thing. You have, every time you line up, for the most part, you have the more talented group. And for the result to be that the less talented group got the better of you, that's hard to deal with.
Yes.
If I thought at the end of the day, the Eagles offense struggles because they don't have a lot of good pieces. In 2022, they just didn't have a lot. 2021. Yes, right. 2022 they went to the Super Bowl. 2021, Hurts' first year. He just didn't have a lot. You had a rookie in Devontae. I don't even remember who the other receiver was that year. Who was the guy opposite Devontae Smith that year?
I mean, was it Quez Watkins?
Possible.
I think John Hightower, somebody on the team at that point.
You had that group of guys that they drafted, all those guys in like the 5th round, the 7th round, and you were playing those guys. So if you told me at the end of the day that, hey, listen,
I can't believe I guessed it. Quez Watkins had the third most targets that year. By the way, number 4 was Jalen Rager. I forgot about him.
Rager, terrible group of receivers. But
yeah.
At the end of the day, if you told me that's who I have to deal with, I'm not as frustrated today. But every time I play, I have the better weapons.
Yes.
My guys are better than your guys, and you keep defeating me. Why? That to me is you are getting out-schemed and out-coached.
Exactly. And that's why I keep falling back on my complaints about Patullo, because this organization now multiple times, it's not like it's happened the first time ever, you have lost a coordinator and you replaced him with a guy in-house and you didn't bring in somebody. You could have brought in, like, for example, Mike McCoy right now is the interim head coach of the Tennessee Titans. Nick Sirianni for years worked for Mike McCoy. You're telling me the Eagles couldn't have called Mike McCoy and said, can you come in here and be a consultant, be an advisor, be another voice in the room to help us like Fangio was for the 2022 defense for Gannon?
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Let's see. Joe in Cape May says, I want to make it known that I think people are forgetting that the Eagles won this game. No, I think that's a good point, Joe. And I talked about this earlier. Like, the big thing is that they did win the game on the road against a team that some people think is a Super Bowl quality team. I'm not one of those some people. I think they're a good team. I think they're more of a wild card team, probably a one-and-done playoff team. You know, the Micah Parsons thing just got everybody in a tizzy. Parsons, honestly, he's awesome. He just doesn't do enough for me. He just runs around reckless. He does blow up plays at times, but he also, you know, the other 50% of the time he's a part of the problem. So Parsons just doesn't do much for me.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the problem with Parsons is that he's a bit, and I hate saying it this way, but he is a bit of a one-dimensional player. He is a guy who's got a great fastball, but his off-speed pitches are not the same caliber. So you're not talking about a guy like an Aaron Donald or a J.J. Watt, where that guy can destroy the game in multiple ways.
Well, I said it last week. For him to be a game wrecker, they have to have the lead, and they have to then start throwing the other team has to be throwing the ball from behind, and Parsons has to know that you're throwing the ball from behind, and then he can start, you know, teeing off. Last night, you can run at him. You can kind of, you know, and early in the game, they ran kind of right at him. All right, football at 4. Adam Caplan, of course, from the Inside the Birds podcast, as always, here on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, the Football at 4 is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Go to the gallery. Go to the gallery. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more, go to oceanac.com. I just heard Josh talking to Adam off the air over there. All right, let's bring in Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast and get some thoughts on tonight's or last night's game and kind of see where he feels that this team was last night and what the story was. We had the poll question up at Mike Gill Show earlier, and most people believed it was the defense that was the story of the game last night. So, Adam Caplan, obviously a frustrating night again offensively. What do we make of the struggles yet again on offense?
Yeah, Mike, good to be with you. Yes. So when we look at this situation, I'm hearing echo, Mike. I don't know.
There you go. That should be better. Yeah, and listen, I was just talking right before you came on, Adam, in that it is frustrating when you have the better personnel, and at the end of the night, you look at a 10-point night. I have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert and Saquon Barkley. Every week I step on the field, I have the more talented team. It is inconceivable at the end of the night that I end up with 10 points, and it's not 10 points because, hey, they made plays or they did. You just could not get anything going. That's the frustrating thing. Well, and that was a big win in terms of the big picture. You got to win on the road against Green Bay, a team that's like, an adversary for the number 1 seed. You're still, like right now, Seattle's barking up. You got the Lions coming up. So you needed that win last week. So you're right. The big picture is you're 7-2. You got to win on the road. You've won at Arrowhead. You've won at Tampa. You've beaten the Rams. You've won at Green Bay. But doesn't this feel a lot like, hey, that 2023 season where it was you beat the Bills, you won at Arrowhead, you beat every good team until you finally didn't. And that's why this game against Detroit coming up is kind of like, it almost feels like that San Francisco game from a couple of years ago. Yep.
Here's a good.
No, go ahead.
I was going to point this out. Greg Cosell pointed this out, and we all knew this, but Greg was just being fair. You know that they have very little confidence in the pass game. 3rd and 12, it was 3rd and 9, it was 3rd and 7, then they had a 5-yard penalty. On a 3rd and 12, you're running Will Shipley? Like, what are we doing here? I know a couple times a season we saw the third and whatever, there was that 31. What was the Tank Bigsby play? Where he just, they got a first down. It was a give-up play, and Bigsby got it. I'm sorry. What are you doing when the game is that tight? Are you that scared? I don't get what is with Sirianni's lack of aggressiveness.
Well, that's interesting, Adam, because he has been kind of known to be an aggressive play caller. The play at the end of that game, 4th down and 6. We could get into that, but I agree with you. They take aggressive shots, are always aggressive, but I thought the play calling at times was very conservative in that game last night.
Well, right. Nick's not calling the play, but the decision to go for it or not go for it, or to throw or pass. I get what you're saying. The overall look, I can't take talking about the offense. My blood's boiling. Maybe we got to go to the defense. I'm really like, and we had a really good Patreon chat last night at halftime, which we're doing now for level 3 members, and it was packed last night, and we were all like, okay, guys, we're going to go around the room here. What do you got? And they love the defense, Mike, but we were all like, this offense is just taking our aggression again.
Well, how surprised, Adam Caplan, Football at 4, of course, from the Inside the Birds podcast. Check out their podcast on all podcasting platforms. How surprised were you the way the offense came out after the bye, and then after the Giant game where they got the running game going, and after the Minnesota game where they had 200-yard receivers. And I thought the Giant game, Jalen and Devontae, they seemed like they were starting to hook up and get on the same page a little bit. So the fact that out of the bye the offense looked like that was another perplexing thing.
Great point, Mike, and I did mention that's something that's very disappointing and somewhat troubling. You've had this much time, and by the way, Sirianni's now 5-0 after the bye, but it's okay to bring up 23 now. I think it's okay. Well, the difference is obviously the defense is really took a big step, which we're going to get to in a minute. The offense of the second half had a steady regression, and it got Brian Johnson fired. So, yeah, I was telling people to stop doing that in the first half, but I'm not doing it anymore. You want to bring it up? Bring up the offense. Do not bring up the defense with 23. It has nothing to do with it.
I agree with that. And I was going to ask, as you talked about the offense getting your blood boiling, let's go to the defense because I want to ask you, is this defense, I don't know if they're better than last year, but do they have the makings of a defense that can get to that spot?
All right, so let's Jalen Phillips, number 50, was a man last night. He's got there's a scouting term. It's kind of funny. I always laugh when scouts say this. They call it body beautiful. If you chiseled out an edge rusher, it would be he. And he's a high character guy, high motor. He dominated last night, Mike. He was phenomenal. One league source whose job is it's a grade pro tape told me, said he looks to 80, 90% back to where he was. I'm going to get back to that guy. I want to see if he saw this Eagles tape. You couldn't tell that this guy had back-to-back ACL and Achilles tears because he looked phenomenal last night. He started, by the way, but it was really interesting. So did you notice Nolan Smith started, but then Jalen Hunt played more snaps? I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, Nolan didn't play. I mean, he played way less than the other guys.
Played well, though. Nolan looked fine when he played. They played him situationally, but you remember he's been out a while. Jalen Hunt is really coming on. That's a great story, Mike. Jalen Carter was phenomenal last night. Yeah, see, I thought the bye, I don't know about you, Mike, I thought the bye came at the right time for them. Week 9, I thought it was a good time to have it. Week 4 or 5 is not. And they need to get those guys off their feet. And Ojoma had 3 great rushes in the game. Ojoma had a really good game, Mike. So on your point, comparing it to last year, well, let's put it this way, Mike. And also 22, they obviously set the team record with sacks. They're not. The problem is corner opposite Mitchell. They got away with it last night. For the life of me, teams would not throw out Ringo enough, and he got benched. But I don't know why they didn't go against Jackson. And Jackson was okay. He gave up one decent play. I don't understand. Matt LaFleur, and I'm not on Matt LaFleur's stand, so to speak. People have followed us. I've criticized Matt LaFleur relentlessly. I don't care what his regular season record is. He's so damn conservative. He's committed to balance. What did balance get them last night? Not very good.
Well, and then Josh Jacobs after the game saying they knew everything we were running. They were shouting it out. We heard the Ojomo, but Jacobs said, he goes, I knew before the play happened that I wasn't getting anything. And so the Eagles were well prepared, at least defensively last night. At least defensively.
Yeah, yes, they were really good. Nakobe Dean played well again. It's just a remarkable story. Come back from a torn patellar tendon, Mike. That's just hard to believe. Campbell obviously is not going to play as much. He's playing edge again, but just against the run. He's really playing edge nickel. It's just what they're doing. And secondary-wise, Makuba was better in this game. He's had an up-and-down season. Mitchell was terrific last night. You're never going to play a perfect game at corner. They played a ton of zone, by the way. Their man numbers were way down. But overall, the defense is really coming on. And think about it this way, Mike. I would look at the fans should look at it this way. They got 3 new players. They got BG in a very minor role. They got Phillips in a major role after the bye.
Real quick, Adam, on BG.
Nolan Smith.
BG only played 10 snaps, but I'll tell you what, they were 10 late in the game. They were all in the fourth quarter, it seemed like.
I know. And they got Nolan Smith back. So they got 3 new players. Think of it that way after the bye. They're fortified. Now they have depth at edge. Phillips is a man. Knock on wood, he stays healthy. He didn't miss a game in his first 2 years, and I find it hard to believe. And I know that the former Dolphins GM didn't make the call. It was Champ Kelly, the interim GM. But somehow, because I know the Dolphins they wanted a 3, not a 4, so they got a 3. But the Dolphins had to take a chunk of the cash, $7 million owed to Phillips, and plus the Eagles keep it better than the third round picks. They gave him theirs. It's amazing how he was very aggressive at the trade deadline, and so far it's really helped.
It's helped out. Real quick, the 4th down and 6 play, they go for it. The obvious thing to do is punt. Even if you go into the end zone, they get the ball at the 20, they lose 15 yards. He says after the game, I don't have a problem with the call. I get it. But do you think at all that the players just said, because there was the video of Sirianni going, why? And it almost as if like he didn't know that play was coming.
I honestly, it's funny. Nick has done this before where you go, what, are they really going for it? And they do, and you're like, what? And they complete it. I'm not. Look, I rather would have punted with Braden Mann there, who, by the way, he had the one bad punt. He's had a phenomenal year. He's headed to at least a Pro Bowl, and obviously the Eagles hope that he won't be playing in it because they'd be in the Super Bowl. But the bottom line is, I would have punted there. I know the wind kicked up. The wind was odd. Talking to people at the game, there were times when the conditions were great to throw the football. There were sometimes it was a little shaky. I don't know what. We'll see. He talks tomorrow to the media.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see. Sometimes Nick has been honest. He doesn't like to second-guess himself because, you don't like to do that. But sometimes he brings you inside with his thought process and actually tells the truth. I'll be interested to see if the media could extract that from him.
All right, yeah, by the way, the Pro Bowl games are going to be played on Tuesday night at the Radio Row. Yes, they are going to be at the Radio Row. Wherever Radio Row is in Santa Clara or San Francisco at the Muscala Center, they are doing it.
Yeah,
they are doing it inside one of those big rooms in there. It's going to seat like 4,000 people, and they're playing the Pro Bowl games.
Are you serious?
Yes, yeah.
I know that.
It's going to be Tuesday night. Now, Adam, if the Eagles go, do you go to Radio Row no matter what, or only if the Eagles go?
No. I've gone to Radio Row I have to because I cover the entire league.
Right.
Radio Row.
So, do you know? I'm just letting you know because I know you're a big Sixers fan.
Oh yeah,
Sixers play the Warriors Tuesday night in San Francisco.
Ooh! Now we got to see how good I did not see, Mike. It's funny because I already booked my flight, and I said, boy, the flights to SFO surprisingly are really good.
Yep.
And American will add flights if the Eagles make it. That's what they do to make more money. But yeah, look, Mike, I'm going to say this again before you get out of it. And I told you this before the season started. It's definitely true. This is a wide open year. The quality of the 32 teams is not great. If you don't think the Eagles are the best team in the NFL, you could argue with me. But they have just as good of a chance to make the Super Bowl as anyone else right now, despite the problem with the passing game. I'm going to say what I said last year. When it looked bleak with Kellen Moore in the pass game, look, they had the Pittsburgh game and a couple others. I still believe they're going to get there. But the problem is, Mike, why the lack of consistency from the pass game? I don't know. I don't know.
I agree with that. And Friday, we'll be getting ready for the Eagles and the Lions, which is maybe the biggest game of the season right now. The Lions first place Sunday Night Football. The Lions are in first place in the North. The Eagles in first place in the conference. And, of course, you can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Those guys will have more coverage over on the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Caplan, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right, coming up, it is today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw joins us for another edition of the Nuggets. We'll dive into them coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. All right, 434 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Time now for the Nuggets. Nick's Nuggets every day at this time. Nick Earnshaw is host of Earnshaw Radio. Monday nights on the Earnshaw Radio social media platforms. And, of course, he is the host of this fine segment. He is the producer of The Locker Room, weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And check out The Shift. Got shift off-season stuff coming? What's going on with the shift right now?
So we're planning on recording probably tomorrow night. We'll have a new episode coming out with off-season. You know, hot stove's always a fun time, Mike. Always a fun time to talk a little hot stove. But guess what? Today, we got to talk Eagles.
Baseball needs to fix their hot stove.
They do. And I remember last year we talked about it right here on the Nuggets. We said, hey, we need to have have a couple of weeks, a little window for the hot stove where teams can sign players, things like that. Shorten it to like a couple of weeks to generate more excitement. To us, it's always fun, but to other people, it's a little boring.
I like McGarry's idea was great. You got to sign by the week before Christmas so that all the teams can put out the new merch for the Christmas holiday. There you go.
That's smart.
That was a good one, McGarry.
That is a good one by McGarry.
That is a little rushed.
It is a little rushed. But, hey, sometimes you need to rush a good thing, right? Sometimes you need to do that. All right.
How about if you sign by that week of Christmas, there's like a number. If you wait till after that, that number drops and you can't make more money than that. That would be a way to go, right?
That would be a way to go. I don't know if the players would ever agree to that, ever, especially with 2027 around the corner. Sheesh. We might have a lockout for a real long time if that were to happen. But, all right, moving along. Let's get into the Nuggets. Nugget number one today. Got to talk about last night's game. Listen, was it a barn burner? Absolutely not, okay? I mean, not a lot of offense. Both offenses were bad. But guess what? It was a defensive battle, Mike. I enjoy defensive football, and that's like a pitcher's duel. It's the easiest comp out there. A defensive game like that in the cold at the frozen tundra in Lambeau, I enjoy the game. I genuinely thought it was an entertaining defensive football game. Now, is there a lot of problems? Sure. Offensively, yes. Clearly, not a great game on either side offensively. But the defense was amazing. And I know you put out the poll question earlier today asking about the story, the biggest one of the game last night. It's got to be the defense, right? I mean, to me, it had to have been the defense, but I don't know if it eclipses what happened at the end of the game. If you told me all the way up until the last couple of minutes of the game, that last drive before Green Bay had a chance, I would say it would be the defense. But it was that final drive, not punting. And here is what A.J. Brown had to say about that decision last night.
Sometimes you make the play, sometimes you don't. That's part of the game. So, try my best to make the next one.
Do you appreciate the shot there?
Do I appreciate the shot?
Yeah, the aggressiveness.
I don't know. I think that shows the faith that he has in us. Because honestly, that's kind of who we are. So.
Now, there's all kinds of reporting around this story. Them going for the deep shot to A.J. Brown instead of putting the football. I can't understand, Mike, why on earth you would run a play like that. I can't understand for the life of me to run a play like that. You punt the football, you back them up, and you try and run the clock down and get a stop to end the game. That was one of the most bonehead decisions. I don't care who made it. I know there's tons of reports out there saying who called it, et cetera, who's covering for it. I know Sirianni covered for those players after the game. But, man, there should have been a punt there, Mike.
Can't argue with that. I mean, I think you just punt the ball away. You try to pin them deep. If it goes into the end zone, they get the ball at the 20. They lose 15 yards. That means they have to get to around, you got to still get to around like the 50, 45-yard line to even try. The field goal they tried last night was a 64-yarder, and they weren't close. So you give them 15 extra yards back, they're not even coming close to even trying that kick. So, they made a mistake last night. There's no question about it. And here's the big thing. A.J. Brown had 2 catches, 3 targets, and he was very cordial and very, we had no social media posts. he said, yeah, maybe I wouldn't have tried that, but he has faith in us. So hopefully they learn from this and say, hey, listen, the next time this play happens, we need to learn from this, and we can't do that again. That's what you hope. When you win, can you learn something from a win and a loss? Sometimes you can. Winning the game ugly, fine. I got my win, but I learned that I cannot be if they would have lost that game last night, that decision is the reason.
Yep. Yeah, it absolutely is. If they lose that game, I mean, they gave them fantastic field position to have a shot, just a shot to tie the ball game. I mean, Jordan Love can make a couple plays there with like under 30 seconds left. They might have a shot of tying that game. Now it's cold, it's windy, it's at Lambeau. So obviously the 64 yards is going to be really, really tough, as we saw. He pretty much shanked it, McManus did. But that decision right there could have been very costly. Could have been very costly. In a tight game like that, 10-7, when those type of games happen, every decision, every single little yard, every critical down matters. And when you almost give away the game like that, great field position, when you're pretty much about to wrap it up with under a minute to go, I mean, that's a critical play that could have been disastrous in a game like that when it was such a defensive battle.
I wish his answer on top of, hey, I have a lot of faith in our offense, that was, I knew they couldn't do anything against our defense as well as they were playing. Like, I know that doesn't make you feel any better, but like if he would just like, our defense was so dominant last night that I could have done anything I felt like. I could have messed up in every way possible, and our defense was that good. But I'm kidding around on that one. But that being said, you punt the ball there. You could have tried a 54-yard field goal. I understand why you don't, because if you get the 3 points, that does make them have to score a touchdown. You can't just kick a field goal there. But the 54-yarder means if he doesn't make that ball, you're giving him an extra 7 yards closer, and you don't want to give him the ball there. So I do understand the idea of not kicking the field goal, but these field goal kickers have been making 60, 70-yard kicks, it feels like, all year, and you're like, hey, a 54-yarder, why not just take that, make them have to score a touchdown? But in the game last night, I understand why they didn't. The right move would have been to punt.
Yeah, and by the way, the analytics didn't say to throw that ball. I just want to put that out there for people always, hammering on analytics. That was not an analytics play. I don't know what kind of play that was. That was nothing. That was just
and last year they went for on a couple fourth downs that people got on, or they didn't kick field goals a couple times last year, and people went bananas. And it was, well, that's what the analytics said. Don't go for the field goal, to go for it. And that was kind of their safety net was, well, the analytics say go for it, and then old school Joe in Cape May Courthouse would be like, you gotta kick a field goal there, they're all mad. Last night, analytics did not come into factor there. That play was him just saying, I'm going for it.
Bleep it.
No matter what. Yeah.
Bleep it. I'm going for it. We're gonna take a shot to end it. And now I might have come in today if they did execute that play. That was awesome. If they do execute, that's pretty awesome. To end a game like that on a big play to A.J. Brown on like a why are you going for it here type of play. Now, I would have been like, that's pretty awesome. Still a dumb decision, but that would have been cool. But still, you punt the ball. Just punt the ball right there. But, hey, they got the win. A win is a win. A win is a win. That's all that matters. All right, Mike. Okay, let's move to the next nugget. It's already happening. Nugget number 2. Joel Embiid. All the beat reporters have put it out. I'll read Tim Bontemps' report from ESPN. The Sixers say Joel Embiid is out with right knee soreness against Boston and will be evaluated by doctors. Embiid's left knee is the one that has been the primary cause of issues over the last couple of years. This is the right knee. Now, Mike, he has soreness in the other knee, not the surgically repaired knee that's been a bother for over how many years now? It is the right knee is now having a little bit more of an issue, and that's what he's listed as out as tonight. Not left knee management. It is right knee soreness. Not good for the big fella this early on in the season, especially on a minutes restriction.
No, it's not, and it's very disheartening because, one, you saw the game on Sunday night, not having Joel out there. Other teams are starting to see them play without Joel, and now they're putting more attention on Maxey, and the other guys are not stepping their game up as much. VJ certainly not the same guy he was the first three. He's, struggling a little bit. Grimes, same thing. So now more attention going to Maxey. They don't have that other guy in Joel. And then tonight in a game against Boston, now I was kind of excited to watch this. This is the third time they're playing, by the way.
I know.
Kind of excited to see them play. And I'm like a little deflated by the fact that Joel's not playing. But I'm deflated by the fact that he's not playing. I'm concerned over the designation. The designations have been left knee management. That's why he didn't play, it said, on Sunday. Left knee management is, okay, back to back. Right knee soreness means that could potentially mean something bigger. Definitely has me a little bit concerned.
Yes. With Joel, you keep him out as long as possible. That's what, at least the Sixers are jumping on it. And it makes you wonder, with the left knee being the issue, being reconstructed, having the surgery, all of that, you wonder if he's overcompensating and utilizing that right knee a little bit more, which is putting more strain on it, right? Like, that's why it's probably more sore, because he's probably overcompensating because of the injury to the other knee, not wanting to mess that one up, right? So it's just a mess. You got to feel bad for the guy, because, he's a big guy. He's 7 feet tall. What can you do at this point with all the knee problems? If you're the Sixers, just keep him out. Just keep him out. There's no reason to put him out there right now, because you have seen you can win with all these players. You're going to get Paul George back hopefully at some point.
No, I don't know. I don't know that you can continue to win without Joel. That's the problem. People have got into this fool's. I don't agree. You've got into this fool's gold to think that they can win and they're better without Joel. They're beating the Wizards.
That's not what I said.
Beating. I'm not saying you're saying that they're better. You're saying that they can win without Joel, and I'm saying that's fool's gold.
Let me say this:
you're beating the Wizards. You're beating Charlotte. Well, I think he played against Charlotte. I don't.
Well,
remember.
Then let me rephrase it. They can stay afloat without him for a little while.
I don't know about that. I think if he doesn't play, if he doesn't play 5 games in a row, you're going to go 4-5. Like, people act like, oh, you don't need Joel. No, they are not better without Joel Embiid. And when the schedule makers, throw tougher teams your way, yeah, they beat Washington without, they can beat Washington without Joel Embiid. Can they beat the Pistons, who they play coming up here? Can they beat better teams without Joel? No. So this whole thing of they're better without Joel, watch them play better teams without Joel and see how that goes.
Well, that's for the better Joel crowd. I don't think they're better without him. That's not what I'm saying. I think they could stay afloat, especially in the East. You could stay at a decent rate, 6, 7, 8 seed, even in the play-in. That's all you need to do to get into the postseason is stay around that play-in margin. If you need to keep him out for a little while, that's fine. You're in the East, right? It's not as strong as the West. So if you need to sit him out for a little while, sit him out here early on in the season because you want him for the stretch run. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying, people got a little taste of playing without Joel, and they won some games without him. I think big picture, you play a lot of games without Joel, you're going to get the same situation that's happened in the past. Yes, they're better without Joel than they've been in the past. They are more equipped, but they have not played a very difficult schedule without Joel. So as you play better teams, you need to have him out there, because if you play games without him moving forward, that's going to start catching up to you.
Yes, but the ultimate goal is to get him to the postseason. That is the ultimate goal.
It is the ultimate goal, but here's the problem. If you have an ultimate goal of wanting to, make the playoffs and then nothing, do you want to win a title or do you just want to make the playoffs? To do anything, you need continuity. So if he can play, he's got to play. He's got to learn how to play with Edgecombe and Maxey and Grimes, and they got to play together. You can't just be like, well, we'll put you in the play. That doesn't work. That is not a recipe for success. So, yes, I understand. You need him in the playoffs. You want to get him to the playoffs. But if he's healthy enough to play, he also has to play with the guys on his team. So it's like, hey, what's your name? Oh, nice to meet you. No, I need to have played with you. That's not a recipe for success, just holding him out and hoping.
Well, if he's got to have another knee constructed, we got to
I
hold him out.
understand if he's hurt.
Yes,
then he can't play. No, you were saying just hold him out because
if the knee's bothering him, hold him out. That's the
yes,
whole,
I agree with that. I'm not telling him to play if you're hurt.
Well, he wants to. That was the whole thing in the summer when the ESPN story came out. He will go against himself and want to play no matter what. He tries to play himself through these injuries. You sit him out against his own wishes.
Well, listen, if the doctor's saying that he is not healthy enough to play, then sure. I mean, listen, this whole thing has gotten crazy because these doctors have their heads up their asses half the time. Like, they're just like, 25-minute restriction. Ooh, what happens if I play 27 minutes? Tell me, what's going to happen? Like, somebody needs to stuck the doctor in the locker sometime and say, listen, tonight you're telling me 25, he's playing 27. If 2 of those minutes are the last 2 minutes of the game, I think I can get by with him playing 2 extra minutes.
All right, I'm going to sneak a final nugget in before I get out of here.
These minute restrictions are like pitch count idiots.
I know. Before I get out of here, will Nolan Arenado, according, there's some sources out there, will he be?
I'm out on Nolan Arenado.
Yeah. All right, that's all I wanted out of you before we got out of here. I know we're up against it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not.
Nolan Arenado is like the highest paid player at that position. He hasn't been good in like 5 years. Out.
Get you fired up after an Embiid nugget. There you go. They're the Nuggets today.
All right, that's today's Nuggets. And, of course, the Nuggets here on the Sports Back are back again tomorrow. Check out Nernshaw Radio Monday night on all the social media platforms. New shift tomorrow?
I think so. I think we got a shift episode tomorrow.
All right, at Nernshaw Radio on social media. Thanks, Nick.
I see you, Mike.
All right, that's Earnshaw, of course, here on the Sports Bass Live 97.3 ESPN. We got another 99 bottles chance for you coming up in just a couple of moments here. Your cue to call is on the way. But first, I want to remind people, coming up in the next hour, KC Joyner, one thought every game. Week 10 is in the books. And then we'll have this week's edition of Who's In, Who's Out coming up at 5:30 right here on the Sports Bash. Right now, I need caller number 7. That's your cue to call right there. That sounder, caller 7, 609 573 3776 609 573 3776. Caller number 7. Right now, you are entered for this year's 99 Bottles Party at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue, for our biggest party of the year. 99 bottles. This year, we've got a pair of club box tickets to see the Eagles play the Commanders at Lincoln Financial Field. We have tickets to go see the Sixers, the Flyers, concert tickets, and shows all over the area. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue. Caller 7 right now, 609 573 3776. Good luck. All right, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike Gill taking you to the top of the hour tonight, driving you home here. We got so much more. Great hour for you. Eagles win 10-7 last night. Barn burner. We'll get into what KC Joyner saw, one thought every game, here on the Sports Bash, brought to you by BMW of Atlantic City. Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings and experience luxury today. BMW of Atlantic City, Egg Harbor Township. Well, KC Joyner, we saw the Eagles last night out of the bye. We thought maybe after the Giant game where they ran the ball well, maybe after the Minnesota game where they had some success throwing the football. What was that mess that we saw offensively last night? What did we see from the Eagles' offense? Why did they struggle so much?
Got to remember that there have been times of this season that the Green Bay defense has been among the best in the league. You look at a lot of their metrics; they've been very good at stopping the run. They're very good at stopping big plays. Very good at a number of different things, and I think we saw that last night. I think that they took away some of the things that the Eagles wanted to do and made the Eagles go to Plan B. And Plan B, the Eagles can do some of that, but as we've seen this year, it's like they're either really good at one thing and then not so good at another, or flipping, really good at passing, not very good at running, etc. I think that was part of it. I think Barkley didn't have the breakaway speed. He saw a couple of good plays, but not a lot of it there. So I think they just said, we're going to make you play percentage ball, and the Eagles just couldn't play as well as they could because that's a good defense.
It is a good defense. Are you surprised, though, that the Eagles couldn't run the ball more successfully after watching that defense against Carolina the week before?
Yeah, I am. That's the thing, though. When it comes to run defense, that's the thing. Rex Ryan used to say that you could say anything you wanted about him. He said, but if I want to stop your running game, I can do it. And he was right, but part of that is because of who he is, smart coach. Part of it also because when it comes to the running game, there's certain things you could do too. As long as you're smart and playing a certain brand of football, you can stop the run or keep it in check. It's going to hurt you necessarily in the passing game, but you can do that. And I think that's what they said. They said, "Look, we're not going to let you get these breakaways. We're not going to let you lean on the running game like we did last week." And again, the Eagles, a lot of it, they don't get. They lost Johnson. I think that was a big part of it too. But they don't do as many creative things like the Panthers do. A lot of creative things on the ground. I don't think the Eagles do quite as much. They just figure we've got the talent and we can just get you moved. And last night it was, okay, we've got the talent. And mind you, they have a terrible day running the ball, just didn't have a breakaway game, and that's exactly what the Packers wanted. We'll give you some runs on the ground. You're just not going to get big plays, and if you're not getting big plays, you're not winning the game.
Yeah, 60 yards for Barkley, had a 15-yard run. That was his biggest of the night. Okay, you're going to say, we're not going to let you run the ball against us. You have A.J. Brown. You have Devontae Smith. Why can they not have a more fluid pass game?
Well, partly because the Packers have a really good secondary. I mean, a really good secondary. Look at the metrics this year. They've either been good or great in all the metrics I'm measuring. I'm measuring like vertical yards allowed, vertical yards per attempt, tight end passing yards, and the yards per attempt totals and other metrics for individual cornerbacks. They're just a really deep secondary. So they can't sit back there and say, look, you're just not going to beat us man on man. I don't think Smith is the sort of guy you got to get him into space. I don't think he's a guy you can say, generally speaking, he's somebody we're just going to have win one-on-one situations. It's not necessarily a bad thing because in the NFL, a lot of play calling routes are designed to open up space. But Brown's a guy you should be able to get there, and he couldn't last night. He had a couple plays where it was close, where he could have made some plays, and there was that one which should have been a pass interference call. The guy was all over him, and they didn't call it. And I'm like, okay, well, Eagles just weren't going to get that call last night. But I think that's a big part of it because when you got to give him one-on-one situations, he's probably the only receiver you've got who could do that. And if he doesn't have a big night, you're probably not going to have a big night passing.
Yeah, I know, and obviously, look, it was cold. It was a little windy out there, but man, it seems like you have A.J. Brown. You threw 3 balls, 3 targets to him all night. Devontae Smith had a little bit better role in the offense last night, but again, it seems like every season though, too, Casey, where we're looking at this Eagle offense and like, where's the fluidity? Yeah, one week you might not play well this week, but it seems like there's more weeks where we're saying, what's up with this offense? Do they have a good offense? When you look at the Eagles and their metrics, is this a good offensive football team?
Good, yeah, great. No, remember what we talked before about Bob Bowden said you could either be great at running the ball and good at passing the ball, or great at passing the ball, good at running the ball. You can't be great at both. And he had as good a talent as you've ever had in college football. And he said, look, it's just how the way the game goes. You can be great at one. And the Eagles want to be great at running the ball. They're not this year for a variety of reasons. I'll spin back there. You talked about Brown. When you got a guy like him who can win 50-50 balls, all right, 50-50 balls, vertical passes are 50-50 balls. You're not throwing 50-50 balls are not, you're not doing a dink and dunk pass as you're going downfield. The Eagles did 8 passes last night, 11 or more yards downfield, 8 vertical passes. He gets 1 of them. Devontae gets 3, Goddard gets 2. I mean, that's not what you want. You don't want him getting, if one of them was a throwaway, but you've got, Grant Calcaterra had as many vertical targets last night as A.J. Brown. And I know maybe it's, hey, they've got good coverage or whatever it is, and maybe we could put somebody over the top. All right, well, you need to still try and get some balls in there, because if Brown can't, if you can't get it, if you've got people doubling him, that means you should be getting the space for Smith. And if you've got them doubling Smith, you should be getting Brown one-on-one. If you're getting Brown one-on-one, you can't just say, oh, well, tight coverage, I'm not going to throw it there. You need to put it in there. I think maybe they force passes to A.J. Brown, because one target vertical is not going to cut it.
I agree. It's very frustrating to watch this offense at times. I mean, play design, play call. It's not talent, right?
No, it's absolutely not talent, and that's the thing. And we talked about this before, too. Bill Walsh just said when it comes to offense, you can play call your way around not having talent. On defense, you just pretty much have to have talent. Look, the Eagles have plenty of talent on offense. And, yeah, they got, losing Lane last night that's a big loss. And when you're talking the running game, there's still, there's ways you can work around that. All kinds of things you could do as long as you get a big guy who can just do some area blocking. And they've got people who could do that. So it shouldn't have crushed the running game to have him out. And again, give the Packers defense a lot of credit, because they're very talented defense, a very good play calling defense. And I think the weather situation didn't help too. But I think the Eagles, they just need in some ways to be more aggressive. And I wonder if they got a little less aggressive after Hurts lost that fumble. They said, oh, wow, we can't afford more than 1 turnover in a game. And they kind of scaled things back because they didn't want to have another turnover. It's like, well, if that happens, you're just going to have to risk getting another turnover sometimes, because otherwise this is a game you should have won by more, I think.
All right, let's flip it over to the defense. Jalen Phillips last night, pressures, fumbles. He had a big night. What did he bring to their offense when you watched him in it last night? Defense, excuse me. What did he bring to their defense?
Oh, they were doing all kinds of things. If you could see, it's a new toy for Vic Fangio, that it's what he could do with it, and it's just getting a lot of different pressures and a lot of different things. And maybe it might be just having a fresh face in there too, to say, hey, we've got somebody who the other team doesn't know what he can do or what we're going to do with him and things. You could tell. What was so great about it was that they knew exactly what they had, and they're like, we know we can do all these different things. It says a lot about Phillips, so they could say, we can use you in a lot of different ways. We can incorporate you that quickly, and also to say, it shows that the Eagles, when they got him, they didn't just say, hey, he's a talented guy. That their personnel department had an idea of, we could do X, Y, Z, A, B, so we can do all these different things with him. We can get him up to speed on that very quickly. So it speaks very well for their personnel department what they were able to do with that.
All right, and then obviously defensively, they dominated that game. How impressive was to see their defense do what it did to Green Bay? Or are we starting to find out that Green Bay's offense isn't all that good?
I wondered if Green Bay's offense isn't all that good. I think Green Bay's offense might be somewhat predictable. That 4th down play where Joe called it out and said, hey, it's inside zone. There are ways to reach why you think you could see that, but if the Eagles are able to, the ultimate play of the game, the play you have to have in order to win that game, or at least to set up the win, if you've got to have it and you can call out their offense that way, and their offense, in fact, the Eagles, it was somebody said that they called one of those inside zone plays, the same inside zone play on 4 different occasions. It means the Packers offense might be getting somewhat predictable. Yeah. But that's what you can get against Fangio, too. Fangio can make you get so rattled that you just go back to what you think's going to work, and when you do that, then he's got you.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs said after the game they knew what we were running. There's an audio of Ojomo saying inside zone. He knew it was coming. They dominated last night. Eagles win. They are now 7-2 on the season. All right, one thought every game. KC Joyner from The Athletic. Let's get into it. A week 10 look back here. We started in Berlin, Germany, with the Colts winning 31-25. This one went to overtime. This was maybe one of the most entertaining games of the weekend.
Jonathan Taylor, he's the MVP. Why was anybody talking about anybody else, Mahomes or Allen or anybody? 244 yards, 3 touchdowns, 32 carries, and he also caught 3 passes for 42 yards. The guy gets nearly 300 scrimmage yards against what is a pretty good Atlanta defense. I mean, this guy should be MVP, because if they don't have him, I think the Colts might be a below 500 team, but he's that good.
They win, and the Colts get back in the winnings after the loss last week. One thought every game. KC Joyner from The Athletic. Let's go to, how about the Saints beat the Panthers? I mean, the Panthers feel like, hey, I win this game in Green Bay. I get another win. I'm in the wild card mix, and I have the Saints on my schedule. And then you lose 17-7.
You can't get a beat on the Panthers. One of the rookies, I didn't catch his name. One of the rookies, I saw the comment where he said that he was basically calling out the team, going, "Yeah, we played down to our competition level," something along those lines. Like, wow, you guys are Tomining? That's terrible. The Panthers can't afford a Tomlin. They don't have that much talent. But Shuck, you got to give him credit for wow. He comes out of nowhere, 19-27, 282, and 2 touchdowns. I was like, wow, maybe the Saints knew what they had in the backup quarterback.
One thought every game. Let's go Bears and Giants. The Giants got their coach fired in this one. They had this game. You got Dart knocked out of the game, but a big comeback for Caleb Williams, excuse me. And the Bears are now in second place in the NFC North.
We talked before the season. It was all okay. Hey, Caleb Williams, look, he's struggling in the Ben Johnson offense, and they're in the preseason. The way he was looking, it's like, oh, geez, this guy's. It's like, look, the Ben Johnson offense is kind of complex, and we saw with Detroit. Hey, look, when you lose him, your offense can take a pretty big step back. But that's the thing. Williams is not getting into this offense and such, and it speaks well for them. But the Giants, that they lost another game like this, and they just couldn't close things out. I mean, it's why Dable loses his job. He's a smart guy, and he could be one of the great offensive coordinators in the league. He's very, very creative. But, I mean, this team just – the heart and character sometimes gets overrated in these discussions. It's a problem for New York. They don't have much character right now.
No, and they got the coach fired. He's gone, so we'll see where they go next. 2-8 for the New York Football Giants. All right, one thought every game. How about this one? This one, it was crazy. The Texans trailed by 19 in the fourth quarter. They were 0-76 all-time in games in which they were down by 19 or more. They won 36-29.
I have to say I got a little rooting interest there because I had picked them to win and cover both of my New York Times articles thing. And at the end of the game, it looked like they were going to win by 1. That was going to be a push, and so they get the touchdown. I was kind of laughing because I was kind of rooting for that. But the idea is, look, for Houston to do that, it says something too. For Davis Mills, you've got a backup quarterback like that doing that, and they've got a ton of talent and things. It says something for Jacksonville too. How do you let that happen? And it makes you wonder when these things happen. I mean, Cohen's he's not in Dable's spot and anything of that nature, but when that happens, the sort of thing can really stick with the team. And the Jaguars, you wondered if they really were that good. Right now, if I'm looking at these two teams, if Jacksonville has a better record, I'd rather be Houston because I think they're the better team.
One thought every game. This one here, 30-13, Dolphins-Bills. I don't know how you have a thought on this game that's anything other than how did the Bills lose this game?
It reminded of all those times when New England used to go down to Miami. The Brady Belichick Patriots would go down to Miami and they'd lay an egg. Something about being down there. South Beach it's a really tough place to be, and it was for the Bills too. And yeah, I think that is a big part of it. I mean, you go down there, it's just teams don't handle that road trip very well sometimes, and they didn't. But Buffalo. When you start looking at the metrics, they're very bad in some areas. They're okay in some areas. You don't see any place where they're great. And it's like, looking at Buffalo, and I was like, where they're at in the division. So I don't think they're going to win the AFC East. They don't win the East. Did they make the Super Bowl? I don't think so. And to have their window closed like this would be very odd.
They might not make the playoffs. You can't lose that game. You can't lose that game. It's unbelievable. One thought every game. Ravens-Vikings. Ravens seemingly are back. Their defense has gotten better, and now Lamar's back. They put up 27 over Minnesota.
Their defense has got exceptional numbers. They're 4th in vertical points allowed, fantasy points allowed per game over the last 4 weeks. And at the early in the year, they were atrociously bad. They were, as bad as you get. And so now to go from there to be not just good, but great is fantastic. Jackson's playing good, but I think he's capable of playing even better. Derrick Henry's looked good, but is he the same guy? Is he running into some of the same problems the Eagles are? We go, wow, maybe he's taking a step back and things, but still, right now the Ravens are a very strongly trending team. And the Vikings, McCarthy's needs some work. He's just he just needs some work. I think he's got talent, but it's like, guys, you're just going to have to get him out there for a year or two, and you're going to have to kind of struggle through this because that's he's not there yet.
One thought every game. You're the Browns. This one here, you lost to the Jets. Jets scored 27. They traded everybody away, and their defense got better somehow. They win 27-20. Whew, that was ugly.
And Brees Hall, he's even intimating that he wanted to leave New York. Like, yeah, I wish I would have been one of the ones with there. And he has 21 for 83. He does and he has a 42-yard. He gets 125 yards from scrimmage and a couple touchdowns. So I mean, that's pretty good for a guy who wants to leave town. Having said that, I mean this for Stefanski. Stefanski's a really good coach. That's not a very good team. And now there's talk that maybe New York, the Giants might want him. If you're Stefanski, I mean, I'm not saying you want to lose the game. I'm implying that by any stretch. But if your team's not going to go anywhere and you can go to New York, I think where he might have a talent base with some players there that he could do something. If you're Stefanski, that might look a lot better because it doesn't seem like no matter what the Browns do, you can't lose to the Jets.
Well, and they have a neutral zone infraction with that whole 4th and 5, 58 seconds left, no timeouts. A guy goes in motion, he goes off sides. It's like, what are you doing? It makes you feel like the guy had money on the game or something. I mean, it's crazy. One thought every game. Patriots, Bucks. This was an entertaining game. Bucks fall. Patriots first place by 2 games now in the AFC East.
Yeah, and they got tiebreaker too, so de facto 3. And look, they're a really good team. Henderson looks good, and he's filling in for Stevenson. And if they got him, they got Jennings. Matt Collins catches 6 for 106, and Kyle Williams has a big play. They know what they want to be. They know what they had talent-wise, and Drake May's a really good quarterback. So, I mean, and they've got a very good defense. I don't know if they got an exceptional defense, but a very good defense. They got a formula, and Vrabel knows how to win with that formula. In Tampa Bay, you just can't have as many injuries as they have because now you have to lean on Tucker, and now Abuko's there, but you got lean in Tej Johnson. Johnson's doing well, but still, you miss a lot of guys. They've got a lot of injuries, and it's just finally catching up. That you can't get that injured and not have it eventually impact your team.
One thought every game. The 4 o'clock games, you had 2 games that were 44-22. Seahawks, Cardinals. This game was 35-0 at the half, and the Seahawks 7-2 tied with the Eagles at the top of the NFC.
It's amazing, but 44-22 doesn't even indicate how much of a blowout it was. Like you said, 35-0 at halftime. When I did my review for them, my New York Times Weekly Articles pick last week, it was by far the most lopsided game as far as there's 10 areas that I look at, and the Seahawks were ahead in all 10 areas. It was just the Seahawks are playing that well. They're playing exceptionally well. Darnold is playing exceptionally. He did great numbers because we know to throw 12 passes, you're not going to get big numbers, but they've got really good offense, a fantastic defense. They got strong special teams. I mean, they're just good across the board. And the Cardinals, are the Cardinals going to start over again? Is Gannon going to be without a job? Who knows? Because I mean, this team is not progressing. They were for a time, but now they look like they're regressing again.
One thought every game, another 4 o'clock rotten game. 49ers get trounced by the Rams 42-26. I watched a lot of this game here, too. Rams offense, tough to stop, and the Niners come up short. The Rams, Seattle, Niners are still involved in that West. Those 3 teams, all really good.
Yeah, and if you're the Niners, you said, boy, Jones is going to throw for 319. If Mac Jones is going to be 33 of 39 for 319 and 3 touchdowns, you'd be like, wow, we're going to win this game. But McCaffrey does nothing, 12 for 30, and they shut the run game down. Stafford looks fantastic. And, the Rams are playing really well on offense. Their defense also, even with those numbers there, that's kind of, a lot of garbage time numbers there. Their defense is playing really, really well in a lot of different areas. And the Rams are a team, I don't think they're getting quite the, hey, this is a Super Bowl caliber team. They are. If they keep playing like this and they can keep Stafford healthy, they're a team that the Eagles. This would be a team the Eagles wouldn't want to see in the playoffs.
One thought every game. Let's go to the other one, 44-22. The Lions beat the Commanders. Commanders have been a disaster this season, but the Lions, Philly and the Lions coming up this week. We'll talk more about that on Thursday's One Thought Every Game. But the Lions got into gear offensively on Sunday.
They did. Washington's defense is banged up and not very good, and you've got Dan Campbell doing play calling. The interesting part about that, I wrote about this for my Monday article for The Athletic that reviewed the top things from Sunday, and I was looking at question mark players that fantasy managers weren't sure they wanted to play. And Jamison Williams, Jammo, he had these great, fantastic numbers. And you think of him as a vertical pass guy, he got almost all of his yardage, almost all of his production in short passes. They just said, he's fine, we're going to start throwing short passes to this guy and get some breakaway skill. It's like, wow, you guys are already a great offense. You're going to be able to add short passes to Jambo to your offense and things. Makes them even more dangerous offensively. And the Lions, again, if you get into shootout, they can win any shootout. I don't know if you can win 3-0 that way, but they're going to be a dangerous team if you see in the playoffs, too.
Yes, they are. All right, one thought every game. Chargers Steelers, pretty much domination. I mean, this game was 3-2 at one point, and the Chargers just blew the doors off them the rest of the way. Steelers offense just can't get anything going with Aaron Rodgers.
They can't. They've got a great matchup this week. They'll probably bounce back. I wrote about that in my article for best matchups for this week for the Athletics. So Rodgers will do better this week. But yeah, the Chargers. Jesse Minter is going to be a head coach pretty soon. I mean, just based on his defensive performance here, because he's arguably. If he's not the best defensive coordinator in the league, and he's as good as Fangio. He's that good, and he's doing all kinds of great things with that defense. And again, the Chargers' offense. I mean, they're getting they got Vidal. They're hoping to get Hampton back in a couple of weeks. If they can just survive until then, they've got really good receiving core. Gadsden didn't do much, but he gives them a fourth target and things. The Chargers are becoming, I think, who they wanted to be. And like I said, if they get Hampton back and they get well rested out of that bye in Week 12, this could be a team that's going to be dangerous down the stretch too.
There you go. One thought every game. Every game's in the book for week number 10 as week 10 comes to a close. Thursday, we'll get you ready for week 11 in the NFL, which is oddly the final week here. Then we got the Thanksgiving week coming up. We have 2 Sundays left before Thanksgiving. Oh, my gosh, it's moving too quick. But that is One Thought Every Game. He is KC Joyner from The Athletic at KC Joyner, TFS. Follow him on the X platform there and check out all his stuff over at the New York Times and The Athletic. Casey, thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, KC Joyner, everybody here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. That is One Thought Every Game. Yeah, I mean, you go back to the Eagles stuff that he talked about, the personnel they have, the fact that they cannot get this thing together. He said they have a good offense. It's not a great offense, and he's right. They have great personnel, but they have a good offense, not a great offense. Is that going to be good enough? Can they be great when they have to be great? They were last year. Is that all we're holding on to? And I'm going to bring this parallel. The 2023 team won a lot of big games. They beat Kansas City. They beat Buffalo. They had a lot of big wins that year against good teams. Then they played the Niners and got whipped. It was right about this time. Could the Detroit Lions be the Niners? You know, Detroit felt that they should have been in the NFC Championship game and felt that they could have beaten Philadelphia had they not lost that game to Washington. They were vocal about that. So could this be Detroit's kind of San Francisco moment where they say, hey, we didn't get a chance. We didn't beat you in the playoffs last year. Remember, the Niners felt that they would have won if Purdy didn't get hurt in that game and if they didn't have a quarterback situation. Josh Johnson got knocked out of that game too. The Niners felt that if they had a quarterback, they would have won that game. Detroit feels like if they just would have got to that game, they would have beat you. Is this Detroit's way of getting their redemption? And if that happens, if you get whipped by the Lions on Sunday night in front of a big crowd, national audience, would this be the beginning of 2023 reincarnated here? Sports Bash Live 97.3.
Listen, I still go back to there's one massive difference between 2023 and 2025. I get all the parallels. I see what you're saying about the 49ers and the Lions. I get the parallels between Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo. I understand the perception of, hey, you lost some starters from the 2022 to 2023 and then 2024, 2025. I get all those parallels. But there's a massive reason why the Eagles lost 6 of the last 7 games that season. Their defense was garbage.
It was 100%. Their defense was terrible.
And I think I can't promise you that this team is going to go back to the Super Bowl, Mike. But what I can promise you is there's no way Fangio is letting this year's defense turn into mush like that.
I would agree with that, but here's what I would counter with. I'm not saying that their defense is going to lose games like they did that year, but if their offense is what we saw last night coming down the stretch here, they're in trouble.
They are in trouble. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that the defense will keep you in the game. You won't get destroyed like you got in some of those games.
Keep you in the game. I understand. I'm not saying keep me in the game. I'm talking about if your offense is what we saw last night down the stretch here against Detroit, you ain't keeping up with them. And I don't think you're holding them to 7. Their receivers are way more talented than Manny Moe and Jack last night.
No, but you could hold them to, let's say, 17, and then it's up to you to actually do the rest of the job.
Well, we'll see. Dallas's offense, they can score. You ain't holding them to 7.
Sure.
So they better get their act together offensively. You cannot rely on the Eagle defense for the following 2 months of the season here and think that they're going to hold guys to 7 points every single week.
No, and you hope that part of the reason why Nick Sirianni didn't speak to the media today is because maybe that's part of the conversation on the ride home. That hey, what we did Monday night, we're glad we won.
They should be embarrassed.
But now we got to go back.
You
to
won
work.
that game, but as an offensive unit, you should be embarrassed.
Right.
Yet again, by the way. Not for the first time.
No.
Yet again.
Right.
All right, Sports Bash coming up. Who's in, who's out? Who are the 14 playoff teams after 10 weeks of the season? It's going to be tough to decipher, but we'll try to do it. Coming up next. All right, 5:34. Time for Who's In, Who's Out. Who are the 14 NFL playoff teams? We're going to try to figure it out. I got to tell you right now, the third NFC wildcard team is very difficult to figure out. Who's In, Who's Out, brought to you by Jenkins & Sons Plumbing and Heating for HVAC, plumbing, drain cleaning. Call 609-641-6262. I'm having trouble with the third NFC wildcard team. For the first time, I actually have an easier time with the AFC.
I'm having trouble with the wild card on both sides.
Okay. AFC East, I have gone to New England.
I have been converted. The Bills lost on Sunday. I think that was the sign that, one, the Bills are not winning division, and two, Joe Brady is going to be coaching in college next year.
Patriots in the East. I switched to the Ravens 2 weeks ago, and I stick with the Ravens. I think they're going to win that division.
I am joining you with the Ravens. I think the Steelers' loss to the Chargers was, well, embarrassing.
Colts in the South.
Definitely.
Denver in the West.
I'm sticking with Broncos, yes.
Boy, Terrell back there producing on the video side. He's got a little fist pump, I'm sure. He's a Bronco fan. He's producing the YouTube stream today. Wild cards.
This is where I have a little trouble because I have two of them, but the third one I really was waffling on because Kansas City obviously needs to be there. I think the Bills are still a playoff team. I'm not canceling them out altogether. The third team I struggled with, but I'm going to go with the Chargers just because of the fact that they're not just they're 7-3, but they're 6-1 in the conference, Mike.
I got Chargers, I got Buffalo, and I got Kansas City, which means this AFC race all of a sudden you're going to have Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Herbert. If the Ravens make it, the Ravens make it, Lamar Jackson. All of a sudden, some heavy hitters on that AFC side that we didn't think were all going to make it a little while ago. But if you have Buffalo, Kansas City as wild card teams, think about how those playoffs could shape up.
Could shape up pretty interestingly, especially if the Colts are the 1 seed. So now you're talking about teams like the Patriots, the Ravens, and the Broncos.
Right now, Indianapolis is the 1 seed. They're 8-2. Denver is also 8-2, and New England are 8-2. Who had those 3 teams being 8-2?
Probably almost nobody.
Right now, the playoffs would be Indianapolis 1 with a bye. Denver would play Jacksonville.
I would favor Denver in that situation.
New England, Buffalo.
That's a coin flip.
Pittsburgh Chargers, round 2. Kansas City would be out, by the way. They are the 8th seed currently.
Those standings are not going to hold.
Just throwing that out there. That's right now it would be Denver, Jacksonville, Patriots, Bills, a division matchup, and Pittsburgh Steelers. We just saw that game on Sunday night, and Steelers got Rochambeau'd.
Listen, I did have Jacksonville in my consideration. I just think in the long run they're going to run out of steam.
After that loss to Texans, they were up by 19 in the fourth quarter against Long Neck.
Davis Mills beat you.
I'll tell you this. That would be a fun AFC field if the Chiefs sneak in and Jacksonville's out and they're 7 and it's Denver Chiefs in round 1.
By the way, the other thing is Travis Hunter, done for the year.
Done for the year, yes. All right,
LCL surgery.
Let's go to the NFC side.
Yep.
All right, NFC side here on a Sports Bash. Who's in, who's out, all right? Eagles.
Yes, sir.
Detroit.
With you there.
You switched.
I did. Last week, actually.
Okay. Because I've been on Detroit pretty much all
You've been on Detroit since week 0.
Yep. I don't think I've switched them.
No, you haven't switched them at all.
Tampa.
Yep. You know I've been on Tampa for a while, so.
I've been on the Rams. I'm sticking with the Rams.
I converted to the Rams last week, and I'm hanging with you for now.
Now, Seattle's 7-2. They've won 4 in a row.
Yep.
The Rams are 7-2. They've won 4 in a row. Seattle's plus 103 point differential. Rams are plus 98. Those two teams are very close. Right now, one big number to keep in mind, Rams are 2-2 in the conference. Seattle's 4-2 in the conference.
That's true.
So that might be a factor down the stretch if they end up splitting, tying, anything like that. Wild cards. I've got Seattle.
Me too. This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, it's tough.
I got San Francisco because I still think that they're getting healthy and they have the staying power.
I have San Francisco as well. Right now, currently, they would be out of the playoffs. They are the 8th seed, but I do have San Francisco. The next playoff team, I couldn't tell you. I just don't even have a guess right now. Chicago, right now, the playoffs would be Philadelphia bye. Seattle would play Green Bay.
Right.
Detroit would play Chicago. And the Rams would play Tampa Bay. San Fran, Carolina, Minnesota, Dallas is 11. After that, you're going into 6 lost teams. But Dallas with that one tie, I got to be honest, that might help them out in a situation where they end up getting – because I got to tell you, I looked at Chicago, their schedule's brutal. Green Bay, their schedule's brutal. Carolina ain't getting in. Minnesota's schedule's brutal. Dallas's schedule's brutal. I mean, Dallas, I think, has 3 wins left on their schedule. Now, unless they upset somebody. I'm talking about where they're going to be favored.
Right.
So I don't know who you want to pick. I mean, Chicago's in right now. I can't trust that team.
I mean, I'm going with Green Bay just because I trust Green Bay's defense more than I trust Caleb Williams.
Chicago's got Minnesota.
It's a coin flip.
Pittsburgh.
Coin flip.
Philadelphia.
Loss.
Green Bay on the road.
Loss because it's in Green Bay.
Cleveland.
That's actually a coin flip considering it's Cleveland.
Green Bay again.
Right.
At San Fran.
Good luck with that.
Detroit.
Yeah, no.
So that's a brutal schedule for a team that's like, never really been in this spot. They're trying to make the playoffs for the first time. So that's Chicago's side of thing. Listen to Green Bay's upcoming slate. I don't like Green Bay's offense. Their
I'm going to
defense
count this up
good.
for you. Go ahead.
New York Giants.
I mean, that's a win.
Yeah. Minnesota.
Is that in Minnesota?
It's at Green Bay.
Okay, I'll lean the Green Bay there. But it's still a coin flip.
At
probably.
Detroit.
That's a loss.
Chicago.
That's the win I mentioned earlier.
At Denver.
Ooh, that's a loss.
At Chicago.
Coin flip.
Baltimore.
Home or away?
At Baltimore. No, home. Excuse me, home.
Ooh, that's a coin flip then.
At Minnesota.
That's probably a loss.
So
there's 3 wins in there, and there's 3 coin flips.
Yeah. So they have a tough road ahead.
Not as tough as Chicago, but it's tough.
Yeah, not as tough as Chicago. And Chicago, the Green Bay made the playoffs last year. They have a little bit more prove it behind them. You go to,
who scares you more in the postseason, the 49ers or the Packers?
Niners. Packers are I just have not bought into the Packers at all. Packers to me are weak-minded. They're, the coach is very conservative, and everybody loves that Parsons trade. I feel like Parsons is a guy who's a good player on a lousy team.
I think LaFleur, if they do not make the postseason, gets fired.
Possible. You keep doing the same thing over and over again.
He has not met expectations so much.
And listen, this isn't me saying I think Parsons stinks. It just it feels like he's the player that's on the team that's just not any good because teams, when push comes to shove in the playoffs, they can run at him. He's a very one-dimensional player. He's awesome to have on your team. If he was on the Eagles, he'd be cooking because the Eagles always have the lead, and he'd be pinning his ears back and getting sacks.
Well, he'd also be on a team with some better talent around him, which would help as well. But to me, the thing with the Packers is that, and the reason why I say LaFleur is probably we get fired is that the Packers have allowed the 3rd fewest points in the NFC this year. The only teams that have allowed fewer points are Seattle and the Rams. So the Packers' problem isn't the defense.
No.
The problem is you have an offensive-minded coach, and the offense isn't doing anything.
By the way, San Fran has Arizona, Carolina, Cleveland, Tennessee. That's their stretch coming up. They're
a lot
getting
easier.
Right, and then they play Indianapolis, Chicago, and Seattle to end out the year. But that little stretch right there, Arizona, Carolina, Cleveland, and Tennessee, you should go 4-0 in that stretch there. So San Francisco I feel pretty good about. Let's check Dallas.
By the way, really quick, the teams that have scored fewer points in the NFC than the Packers this year are the Cardinals, the Vikings, the Panthers, the Falcons, and the Saints.
Not good. Those teams aren't very good.
You are in the same category as a bunch of teams that will be in the top 10 of the NFL draft.
Here's Dallas. At Vegas, Monday night.
That's a win.
Philadelphia.
Coin flip.
At home, by the way.
It's right. It's coin flip.
Kansas City at home.
That's a loss.
At Detroit.
That's a loss.
Minnesota.
Is that in Minnesota or in Dallas?
Minnesota.
Okay, that's a loss.
Home against the Chargers.
Coin flip.
And then their last two games, Christmas Day at Washington and then at the Giants.
I mean, I only see 2 or 3 wins on a schedule.
I mean, I see the Vegas. It's at Vegas. It's Monday night.
But they'll probably win that.
I would think so. But the Philly, their gauntlet is the Philly, Kansas City, Detroit. That 3 right there. Because that if you lose those 3 games, now you're at 8 losses.
Right, you're dead.
What's the number that gets you into the NFC field? Is it 8?
It's gotta be
9?
at least 9. I feel like you got to get to 9.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. There's no clear-cut third team right now. I mean, I got the Rams as the winner of the West, so the other 2 are in, Seattle and the Niners. I mean, now you're looking at like Carolina with 5 wins. Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, at least Green Bay, I feel like will find a way to win some of these games. I look at teams like the Panthers and the Vikings and the Cowboys, and I just have too many questions.
What? All those teams. All the teams we're talking about. Chicago, Minnesota. You're talking about, I have too many questions. What, do you have less questions about them?
About certain teams, yes.
Well, so what's your third team? Green Bay? Is that who you're going with?
That's what I'm going with.
All right. I'm going to give Chicago a crack here.
You gonna throw them a bone?
Well, they are 6-3, and as I said with them all along, I like the coach, and I do feel that they keep getting better offensively each week. I do, and I'm not the biggest Caleb Williams guy, but it feels like they are reeling him in a little bit. They got some playmakers. I do like their receivers down there, and I like their defense. I do like their defense a little bit.
You like their defense?
Not better than Green Bay. Well, they added Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I like what he's brought to their defense. Certainly there. Their defense is steady. It's not great, but you're talking about next to Dallas.
Well, sure, their defense is better than Dallas.
But that's who they're up against to try to make the playoffs right now.
I just can't see them winning that stretch of games you rattled off.
Well, quite frankly, I can't see any of the teams. Every team feels like they're all coin flips, and it's like
you want to borrow a team for the AFC?
Who can get a couple upset wins? Isn't that what it's going to be? It's who can get a couple upset wins.
Absolutely.
All right, Sports Mass Live 97.3. That's who's in, who's out. Hey, don't forget, who's in, who's out every week is brought to you by Jenkins & Sons Plumbing and Heating for HVAC, plumbing, or drain cleaning. Call 609-641-6262. We're getting ready to wrap up the show. Sixers Celtics tonight. If you missed the news, Joel Embiid is out, but this is a different injury designation. That's coming up next. Hey, don't forget Thanksgiving Eve. The party's at Maynard's in Margate. 99 bottles. The Sports Bash will be there at 2. Your chance to win Club Box Eagles tickets starting at $6 Busch Light cans, $3 T-shots and Fireballs, $5 Sun Cruisers. That's all happening in 99 bottles. Wednesday, November 26th at Maynard's. Another cue to call coming up in just a few moments. Joel Embiid out tonight, right knee soreness. That's a different knee from the knee that has kept him out before. So that is a big, big problem to hear that. And don't forget, we have the Sixers and the Celtics tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Final thought for me is this. The Eagles' offense needs to get better. They need to find a way to get better. They need to find a way to be more consistent, more fluid, and be able to carry their end of the bargain. We'll start to turn the page to Detroit, who I think right now might be the most talented overall team. I don't think there's a clear-cut anything. I think it's just they might be – they have a bunch of guys who have played together, like the Eagles, the most, but they don't seem to look like that when they play. 44 points for them last week. That's a good team. We'll talk more about that. We'll start to get our attention to that game coming up on tomorrow's show here on the Sports Bash. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Tuesday night. Sixers tonight on 97.3 ESPN. See ya. Before we get out of here tonight, don't forget there's your cue to call right now. Don't go anywhere. Pick up that phone. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7. You will be at this year's 99 Bottles Party Thanksgiving Eve at Maynard's in Margate. The Sports Bash will be there with a chance for you to win Club Box tickets to see the Eagles and Commanders at Lincoln Financial Field. We'll have Sixers tickets and Flyers tickets, concert tickets and shows all over South Jersey and beyond. Then at 6 o'clock, it's $1 Busch Light cans, $3 T-shots and Fireballs, and $5 Sun Cruisers. It's this year's 99 Bottles Party, and caller 7, you're invited. 609-573-3776. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. Good luck, caller 7.